Yeah. Okay. Call meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. So let's stand for the flag salute, please. Bill, would you like to lead us, please?
I pledge
Allegiance to the
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. This is our public hearing night. First, we're going to approve, get the agenda in good shape, and then we'll start out with our public hearing. So are there any questions, additions, modifications to the agenda? Look at you two, because you're the only two on the board here besides me. I have one, if that's okay. Item 10, executive session, is actually going to be for the purpose of paragraph G, to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant or to review the performance of a public employee. So rather than I, it will be for the purpose of item G. Okay, let's see, any other?
You say item D?
G, as in
But I don't
men,
see
so.
G, I have HIJ.
On, Joan, on, number 10 on
Oh,
the
at
back
the top.
page.
G, yeah, I see. It comes before HIJ, huh? I knew that.
We can all sing the song. Are you ready? A, B, C, D. It's always was fun.
Yeah.
Any other changes or additions to the agenda? All right, the chair would entertain a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as presented with the one modification for item 10. Changing it for the purpose of RCW 423110I to RCW 42.30.110G. All in favor, or any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thanks, Jessica. Okay. The board will open up our public hearing for our budget, the 26-27 budget. And we have, first off, as we open the public hearing, we have a presentation by our business manager, Kristen Coral, who is just an absolute awesome young lady. Hi, Eric, glad you got your perfect timing. And so, Kelly, would you and Kristen like to lead the presentation?
Yeah. Good evening, Kristen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Perfect. I do have the ability to share. So I'm going to go ahead and get the presentation up on the screen here so you can see more than just my face. And then I'll go ahead and just jump right in. So as you know, as they mentioned, I'm Kristen Correll, and I do business management for Millay School District. And what we're looking at here in our budget is going to be, there shouldn't be any surprises. You know, there's been a lot of conversations over the last few months for budget development. So the board's pretty well aware of everything that we have going on here today. So there's no surprises. We're going to give you a little bit of an overview and kind of explain some of the pieces that go into that budget. So we'll hop right into it. So the first thing that we have is the enrollment, and enrollment is the primary driver of the revenues for any school districts. So you can kind of see here, we have a little bit of a historical look back over the last few years, and then also kind of what we're projecting moving forward. Millay is a little unique in the fact that we do have the PCIA program, which changes some things in terms of enrollment for those 9 through 12 grades don't really move the needle in terms of the revenue that we bring in, because there is a floor for the small high factors that come into play. And then when you come into the 6 through 8 is really where enrollment can change the revenue projections. And so what we're looking at is roughly 37 in the K through 8 and 16 in the PCIA. These are kind of best guesses, right? These things can change as we get closer into the new year, and really once those enrollments start and we get everything going in September. But this is what the budget will be based off of. So any shifts in revenue in the actuals are usually going to be driven based on these enrollment figures. All right, so when we get into those revenues, there's a few different categories that we typically look at. And one of the things that we do provide on a monthly basis to the board is the budget status report. And that breaks down the revenues in a similar fashion to what I have displayed here. And so we have both a couple of visuals, but then also just the figures in case folks like to see, the pieces of the pie. And really what we're looking at here is where does the money come from for our schools? So we have a little bit of money in local support, which is, we're going to be looking at about 7% of the budget comes from there. And then we have the bulk of the revenue really comes from state funding, and that's about 91% of the revenue that comes in. Now, keep in mind, MILA has historically and continues not to budget for federal forest money. And so that does skew the federal funding number to be a little bit lower than what the actual tends to be, but we have good reason for that. We know that money is inconsistent. We've had a year where we didn't have anything at all. Some years it's high, some years it's low. Sometimes they will take some of it and at the state level and reduce apportionment, as we have now. Now that's a 30% reduction in general basic education apportionment dollars that we would receive. So as in previous history, we go ahead and we budget that at 0. If we receive it, it's wonderful. We get the opportunities to utilize it. If we don't, it doesn't change what our budget looks like then. And so you can kind of look at here and see a little bit of a difference from prior year to current year. And there's a couple categories I figure I'll just kind of go into where we're seeing some of the differences. So in the state general purpose, we are seeing a larger allocation in special education compared to our prior year's budget. And that the main driver of that really comes down to the enrollment. And we get those figures directly from the special education program at ESD 112. They give us our estimated figures, and that's what we utilize to then budget those numbers. And so that's kind of one of the big increases we're seeing there. And then we do have, I'll bring attention to the state special purpose showing a fairly sizable reduction. But then I, at the same time, want to bring attention to the other agencies, which is a significant increase. And those are directly correlated. What you're seeing here is a change in the accounting structure of where we're putting that budget contingency for grants and things that we don't necessarily know right now that we want to be able to plan for. So that is not necessarily a true capture of, we're not seeing $108,000 reduction there. We're shifting the account code. So in reality, that's actually an increase of about 42,000. We're just shifting it into a different coding structure. So next year's presentation, right, those codes will align. And so we do see some of those little shifts sometimes that happen based on those coding pieces. And then the other piece where we are seeing a little bit of a dip is our federal special purpose. And those figures, that has to do primarily with the Title I allocation. I know the board's well aware of this. We had a discussion in a previous month about it. The Title I allocation, MILA was essentially one student short in the minimum figures to generate some of the basic Title I dollar programs that come in. And so we see a sharp decline of roughly about $35,000 specifically just for that program. So again, the decision was made to go ahead and budget without those dollars, and hoping that updated census, that if we just get that one extra in there, it would allow it to be there. And so that's what is going to be driving the budget that we're seeing here, and where we're looking at that deficit that was previously decided in a prior month's board meeting. So ultimately, we are looking at still an increase overall in the revenue for the year across all of the programs. And that's going to be these. All right, so we'll go ahead and get into the expenditures, and this is going to be the way the expenditures are broken down on that budget status report as well. And I'll give you another view of how we look at the expenditures in a different way. But this is going to be broken down based on the programs that we have at the various at school districts. So you have your regular instruction, that's going to be your basic education dollars, teaching certificated staff, classroom aides, anyone that's kind of in that program 01 basic education allocation, as well as supplies, materials, any technology, curriculum, all of that's going to flow in through there. And then we have special education. So you can see there's an increase of 30,000 roughly in special education program. We do see that is a flow that goes in and out since we do contract with ESD 112 for those special education services. We see that flow in a revenue, and we see it come right back out for them to manage that service. So while it's a $30,000 increase in the expenditure, the revenue was also an increase by 30,000. So it's a wash. When we look at the compensatory instruction, that's going to be our things like our specific grants, LAP, title, SRSA REAP, things of that nature. And so when you get into there, that is where we're seeing that $30,000 deficit is really what we're talking about, that same Title I dollars that we know we're looking at budgeting without. Other instructional programs, this is one of the areas where we house the expenditure side of that capacity of the budget that we build in. So that's where there's a large portion of that is actually that budget capacity that gives us the opportunity. Should the district secure a new grant, something of that nature, we have that ability to go ahead and move forward with it without having to come fully back out for a budget extension just for some dollars that are coming in. We're able to utilize them right away. And then when we look at the support services, this is going to be pretty much everything else, right? If it doesn't fit into one of those other specific categories, it fits here. So that's going to be your things like your district-wide expenditures from your district office. This is going to be your food service program. This is where transportation fits. So there's a lot of things that kind of get into that support services bucket. And we're looking at just a slight increase there in some of those costs, which, are going to be pretty normal. You're going to see some increases across programs from one year to another. And then we do have budgeted again for another $200,000 transfer for the district to be able to move. Again, you don't have to, but it allows you that capacity. I know that's been an ongoing thing that the district has been doing from year to year when available, moving some dollars over into that capital projects fund for some projects that are hopefully going to be happening down the pike. And so what we're looking at when we look at the total net position between the revenue and the expenditures, we're looking at about a $235,000 deficit, 200 of which is a transfer to capital projects. So it's not a true deficit in overall dollars, just a shifting from one fund with the district to another. And then that $35,000 deficit, again, that kind of comes back to that Title I decision of maintaining staffing and things with the hopes that those dollars do come in. And then if they don't, and we know that's going to be an ongoing thing moving forward, then those does, that'll drive some different decisions in the next years. All right. So another way to look at it, we're going to be looking at essentially the same thing here in terms of what the expenditures are, but we're going to look at them in a different way. Instead of by program, this is looking at things in the, what did we get for those dollars? And so whether this is going to be kind of breaking down, is it certificated, classified, salaries, benefits, and, or do we purchase an actual supply or material, any purchase services? And so when we look at these differences, right, we have We're looking at an increase of about 23,000 in certificated salaries. There's a lot of adjustments in some of the positions, and we kind of fine-tuned that this year. There was some extra capacity built into some that we've kind of whittled down more to the accurate representation of where the positions are sitting. So there's a little bit of a reduction there in the classified salaries. Benefits are increasing by a good chunk. Part of that has to do with some of that reworking and some of the contracts that we have in place. Supplies and materials, we're seeing a slight increase, and we do have some areas where we're increasing, and then we've made some reductions in other areas to make things work. As far as purchase services, it's a fairly small increase compared to some of actually the things that are flowing into there. One of those things is our special education program does go to a purchase service program. So already right there, you can see that we've made reductions in some of our other purchase services because that's an increase of 30,000. So if that increased by 30,000 and we only have a $20,000 increase between the two, we know that we've made some cuts and some reductions in different areas across the board. And a lot of those are going to come from the program 97, which is going to be that district-wide expenditures. Some of the things we do also see as an increase. So we know we've reduced some things. Some of the things that we are seeing as an increase is our risk pool insurance increase. We had about a 20% increase, which I will say after talking to a number of different districts, we should count our lucky stars on that one. I've seen some districts across the state seeing anywhere from 45 to 65% increases in those dollars, which is really something that these, as districts, we have no control over. And we know that we have to reduce in other areas to make up for that. Being part of our risk pool, we do see a benefit in that our increase is about 4,600 from the year before, and we're actually seeing a rebate from our workers' comp and unemployment pool of about 6,100. So when you net out the rebate that they're giving to Mill-A, it's actually going to negate that increase and then even a little bit more. So it's a really great thing for Mill-A. All right. And then travel, we're looking at about the same. So not really a change there. All right. So when we look at our fund balance across the years, you can see we've kind of had some increases over the years and then a bit of a reduction. We're kind of getting finally out of all of those ESSER years and remote learning and all of the craziness that's happened, and all the post-McCleary, all of the various things that have been happening over the last 5 or so years in education. And so we are seeing a bit of a decline here in our fund balance. That being said, the majority of those reductions in the last few years have been by choice. There's been transfers out from general fund to capital projects fund in these years. And that's really where we're seeing a lot of those reductions. So it's not a thing that makes me concerned looking at it, seeing that decline, because it's a redirection of those funds to spend them in a specific purpose rather than blatant overspending by the district. So what we're looking at, we're projecting about an 810,000 balance at the end of 25-26, so the beginning of the school year. And then provided all of these things happen and we transfer $200,000, then we'd be looking at about 574,000 at the end of the year. Now, I say this with the caveat that when we build budget, we're building the capacity to spend. It does not mean that the district has to spend every single dime that we budget for. And often there'll be areas where there may be, right up to the penny and spending all of that budget. And there may be other areas where the decision is to not to spend. So we like to be a little conservative in our projections. So it is possible that we may end up in a better position, especially if any federal forest dollars do come in, or if the Title I allocation does end up coming in. So it is in all likelihood, 50-50 shot, one of those could happen and we could be sitting in a better position. But this is what I would probably say worst case. And the district also has the opportunity to choose not to transfer the $200,000 if it appeared that things were not going to be in a positive situation. That's always a choice. All right. So with that, that kind of gets to the end of a lot of the expenditures with general fund. But we do also, I always like to make sure we disclose this. So one of the requirements that we have in school districts in Washington State is our MSOC, which is our materials, supplies, and operating costs disclosure. And essentially what this sheet is, this page, it's normally one long vertical sheet, so it kind of looks a little weird when I try to put it on a on a landscape slide. So I kind of had to break it down as best as I could into two different chunks. But what we're looking at essentially is the top section is what we receive for MSOC allocation from the state. So there's a certain amount we get for regular instruction, a little bit for the 9 through 12. There's a little additional that happens there. And that's based on just what's generated through the enrollment in a basic sense through the apportionment. And then because Millet is a small school, there's also a small school enhancement that actually makes up the bulk of the dollars, because there is a recognition that while just because you don't have as many kids, you still have to keep the lights on in the building, you still have to, pay the garbage bill and so on and so forth. So there still are costs associated. And we don't also have the economy of scale the way that some of the larger districts do. So what we're looking at there is about $240,000 from state revenue to support the MSOCs of the district. And then then we compare that in our budget to program 01, that basic education, and for the sake of Millet, program 97, which is the district-wide expenditures, because those are the two programs that are applicable. And we look at, well, what have we budgeted for MSOC costs for the district? And that number is about $373,000, which is not a cause for alarm in the sense that it's very normal for small schools to have MSOCs that are higher than that allocation. While I say it's not a cause for alarm, it is a major concern statewide that MSOCs are underfunded. And so that's a whole nother piece of it with the legislative outreach. And that's been one of those things that we've been talking about. I'm on the board at WASBO for a legislative committee, and we've been working on drafting legislative priorities, and MSOCs is one of those priorities. So we're trying to see what we can do about getting some funding. We know that the next year does not look robust for the state in terms of funding, but we're still going to let them know that we still don't have enough. But this particular disclosure, what we're looking at here is we have to disclose this, and what the main piece of it is that if for some reason we actually had more of an allocation for the MSOCs than we did for expenditures, we would have to explain and describe how we plan to use those dollars to enrich the education. That's not a problem. And unfortunately, the problem is the reverse, that there's not enough funding for that. So that's what that page is. All right. Okay, so that's going to round out general fund. I'll go hop right into capital projects. I promise the rest of the funds are a lot simpler. So capital projects fund, we are looking at a beginning fund balance of about $407,000. And with that, we're looking at revenue for a state grant for about $387,000. And then we've budgeted for that transfer from general fund. So at the end of that, that would give us, an additional $587,000 on top of the $407,000 that's currently in there. And then on the expenditure side, we've essentially budgeted for the current fund balance plus the state grant. And that would be about $795,000, which would leave about $200,000 left. So that gives the district the ability that if the grant doesn't fully cover the costs of the repairs that we're looking to do, there's plenty of capacity built in there. or if there's another project that the district decides to go forward with, there is some capacity built into the budget to be able to move forward with some decisions, and with leaving about 200,000 left in there. ASB, so this is fun because this is the kids' money, right? So the kids get to decide how they want to budget, and they work with someone at the school district, an administrator of sorts, and they come up with what they believe their expenditures and their revenues will be for the year. So this is completely based off of their own budget that they've approved. I did estimate about 10,000 as a beginning fund balance for them, and they are looking at about a $50 net gain from the year. They did reduce both their expenditures and revenues this year by about 2,500, but otherwise pretty much left things the same. All right, and then we get to transportation vehicle fund. So this one's kind of a fun one this year in a different way than it has been. So transportation vehicle fund has always been historically for the purchase or major repair of those yellow school buses. And they just recently in legislation opened it up for the ability to purchase vans as well for school districts for the purpose of driving students to and from school. So not for necessarily extracurriculars, but if the buses were, or if, excuse me, if the vans were going to be utilized for the sake of to and from transportation for the school, that is something that has been opened up into this fund now, which previously has always had to be done through general fund in the past. So, or it wouldn't be allowed to be part of the depreciation schedule where it is now. The state has already put forward their request for bids. They're in that process. So hopefully we'll get some of those rules drawn out pretty quickly. So what we're looking at here is we do get a little bit of local dollars are investment earnings. And then the state special purpose dollars, that's the transportation depreciation dollars based on the fleet of buses that we currently have. And so that plus the 154,000 that we look like we're having right now, we kind of get, that's where we've budgeted the expenditure for the 154,000 of current fund balance, because that $45,000 of state funds won't be there until next August. So that's when that payment schedule comes in. It's the very last month of the year. So that's why we would see the projected ending fund balance is going to be closer to what that dollar is. And so this is if the district decides to move forward with purchasing either vans or maybe a smaller bus, there is some capacity to be able to do that. The other option is to not move forward with anything, and then that would just add to that fund balance to be able to purchase something in another year. Okay, and then one of our other pieces that we do is we also do a 4-year projection, and that's been for a couple years now. That's been a requirement that we do. They call it the 195F for a 4-year projection, and we do that for each of the funds. And so what we have to do is we have to start with, well, where are we at from this current year's projection that we've already done, and then we move forward with there. So for general fund, we are looking at potentially some small gains after this year. We do have a few different factors that come into play. There's some 1-year commitments in 26-27 that'll fall off in 27-28 on the expenditure side. And this is all, again, not including any federal forest money. And then in 27-28, we would either know we would have those title dollars back, or we would make the adjustments on the expenditure as previously discussed. So that will kind of even out those dollars moving forward, kind of some small gains from about 14 to 25,000, depending on the year, and based on a consistent enrollment. And then for ASB fund, we move forward and project just basically what they have this year, assuming they were to do the same budget for the next 4 years. So you're looking at about a $50 gain over, each year. Capital projects fund. So with leaving only about 200,000 in there, we've just projected forward that those dollars would remain in there. We don't currently have exact projects that are happening to be able to cite. And so we've kind of left that open. And then transportation vehicle fund, a 4-year outlook on there, you would see a consistent revenue of that depreciation dollars, kind of building that fund balance back up to get it to about 161,000 by the end of the 4-year, provided there was 154,000 spent in 26-27. And all right, I know that was a lot. Does anybody have any questions? Anything that kind of jumped out at you?
So this is our public hearing, and I really appreciate your presentation. We will go to public comments once you're completed. And
Okay.
then you're going to stay so the board can ask you questions after we close our public hearing.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that is the end of the presentation that I have prepared.
So Kelly, do you have any further comments before we open it up for public comment?
No, I think, we had the budget fairly stabilized at our last, meeting. And so there are no changes really from last time, nothing significant. After getting the board's direction to go ahead and move forward budgeting for the potential deficit because of those title dollars.
Okay, so our public hearing includes public comment. I would like to say that this is for public comment on the budget itself. And we have 2 more public comment periods in our regular meeting. We always have 2. One is kind of item 4 on our agenda. And then another public comment down on item 7. So you can comment on things that you've heard, or if you come up with something you forgot to say. We have 2 more public comment periods. This one is for the budget itself. And if you have questions, we'll be sure to write those down, so maybe we can get back to you later to let you know the answer to any questions you have. Yeah.
I was just wondering if this takes into account the Amy Lomax's position that is no longer since she left.
So I'll let you know that. I don't know that in the public comment we want to get into back and forth, but that is a good question. I don't know when she officially notified us, so I can't really compare that right this minute. So don't let me forget that question. We'll get back to you after the public hearing. Anyone else have budget comments or questions? It's a little bit of a challenging year, so go ahead and ask questions. And it's we do have our projection out there too. It's also very hard to read up there. I frankly cannot read it myself, so I'm going, is that a 5 or an 8?
I got 4-year projection.
So if there aren't,
You get mad at me.
if there aren't any, let's see, do we have any online folks, Jessica?
Nope, just Kristen.
No. So if there aren't any public comments on the budget itself, you're certainly willing to, we certainly would hear them if you remember them when our next public comment period comes up too. So feel free to say whatever you want whenever we have a public comment period. That's it. It's 6:33 and we will close the public hearing and move into our regular agenda. And here it says approval of the agenda. Well, we already approved the agenda. We approved the agenda with one modification early on. And now we have our consent agenda. So board members, have you had an opportunity to review the minutes? We have 3 meeting minutes to review. And do you have questions, comments, suggested corrections? So I have, comments on the minutes of June 15th. June 15th minutes on page 2. they're not labeled, but it is page 2, item D. Where it says approval of forest management project, it says to get rid of trees that are dead or dying or falling. These trees are currently leaning and will fall on structures if they're not taken care of. We do have 2 trees that have threatened a fence and a possible structure. But we don't, all these 100 trees are gonna take out, that's. So kind of, I just wanted to make sure maybe that was written a little more clearly, so someone reading it later wouldn't misunderstand. We initiated the project because of 2 trees that our neighboring landowner is concerned about. Anybody have any comment on that phrase, or are you all happy with it?
So you're wondering if we should say there be more than just 2 trees?
Well, there are 2 trees that are currently a hazard to structures, not the whole forest,
Yeah.
just 2 trees. And I don't know if that makes any difference or not, so I'm just asking how you feel. And,
Are we getting revenue from this?
well, we don't know that yet.
Okay, well, 100 trees should
We
bring
have
some
a,
revenue.
we have, at the, later in the agenda meeting, some updates
Okay.
from
All right,
the forestry management.
Well, it sounds like you guys don't mind the way it's worded.
Well, I think, like the second sentence could just have 2 of these trees are currently.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, that's not even, like, 2 of these trees are currently, leaning and will fall on structures or something.
I think that works, like you just say 2 of in front of these trees, that would make it very clear.
The rest of it just works.
All right. Anybody else have any corrections, additions, or comments? All right. About the review of the AP voucher, anyone have any comments, questions?
Couple of things just to note on page 2. We purchased the refrigerator with the grant money. So we have a new, refrigerator and freezer combo in the kitchen. On page 3, you can see the purchase of the 28 laptops to cover PCIe students and, staff. That is really exciting, things that are moving forward, and then, on the next page 1, if you go through your book, you'll see, some things that are moving forward on the urgent repair grant for the roof. There's some invoice items from that.
Is the White Salmon Schools payment, is that our mechanical services that we?
It is.
Contract for mechanical
Yes.
services for the buses?
Yep.
So on the roof assessment, that's what we pay them to come and just check it out.
Yeah, it's part of the several steps in the process. Which, there's which one of the items are you?
He's looking at the 11,200.
Yeah,
The 610 by
Yeah.
BC engineers. And that was grant funded, right?
yes, it's all been funded, and I actually have an update on that for you later this evening too.
Good.
I see them all up on the roof that one day.
Yeah,
A bunch of people.
yeah, we had, there were a lot of people that came out on, I think that was the 3rd.
I think it was a parade the next day.
I think so.
It might be confusing, but. There are several people here.
It was all like while I was gone. Lots of things that happened that week.
So the payroll is for this month is $105,270.97. You don't have that in your notebook, so I'm getting that off.
What was it again?
So the AP vouchers, which are part of the consent agenda, are include $15.95 for our comp tax, $17,723.63 for general fund run for the grant, roof grant expenditures that we have for the permit and the assessment. And then we have the $64,248.63 for our AP vouchers we were just reviewing. Then we have $624.40 for our yearbook order reimbursement, so that must be ASB. Is that ASB? And then we have $144,469.11, which is our Umpqua Bank payroll. And then I read the salary and then minutes of 3 meetings. So the chair would entertain a motion if you have no further questions or comments.
I move.
Yep.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the addition of the words "to of" for the second sentence of the minutes
That was on the
from
minutes of the
June
15th of
15th.
June, yes. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Second, thank you, Bill. Are there any further questions or comments? All right, so all in favor of the consent agenda as presented with one modification, say aye.
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 So 4-0 now, since we're left.
I don't think Joe voted.
Uh-oh.
I'm lost.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your question? And I don't know if I could get you back on track, but maybe.
No, I'll just abstain.
We were approving the minutes and the consent agenda, basically.
So,
Finances.
pardon?
Are we approving the finances that you read?
Yes, that's exactly. So the consent agenda consists of the standard things we have each month. And then once we get done discussing each one of these and answering questions, we approve just one vote for the whole thing.
Okay, well, is it okay if I don't vote? You guys?
Yes,
have
it is. It's just
Okay.
fine. But no, well, you need to vote yay or nay.
I need to vote yay or nay.
Yes, she.
I don't know if you can abstain without a reason.
I think she can. It would be 3-0, which we still would have a quorum.
Well, we have a quorum, but I'm sorry, can I help you?
No, I'm totally lost. You were reading stuff and I couldn't find I thought you were.
Okay. Let's do it again, okay? So
No,
in
it's
your,
okay.
in your
You guys, if you guys know it, then that's fine.
So Anita has a summary, and that it's not part of your book, it's the summary of all of the things that are in the book. So she's got it written out in paragraph form, which I think allows it to be a little bit easier for her to go through all of the numbers in the same sentence versus having to look through them in each
So-
document.
in your book, you have the payroll and you have the AP, which is all the expenditures, they bought furniture, they bought paper. That's what you're looking at right there. I read the total of that in one of my AP voucher approvals that I read. The total of those expenditures. Because the total is the document that goes around that you will sign. And then we have other things that come through each month, like the comp tax and payroll tax and benefits that you do not have in your ring binder. And so we just approve the total for those each month. So it can be very, very confusing. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Alright.
Would you like it to be 3, 4 and 1 against for now? Does that make you, we want you to feel happy and feel better.
I just don't understand it.
So it's called the consent agenda. Cause it's typically,
I don't wanna take time.
well, because it's typically approved just by general consent. We're just saying, we approve of the work the school's been doing. Here's it, and what's usually rolled into the consent agenda is minutes of our previous meeting.
So
I think
Joan,
it's
you and I
fine.
will sit down after the meeting
Okay, thank you.
and we will go through each one of these. So that we see these each bunch and we'll go through each one. But if our meeting goes late, let's get together tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
So it's the vote. Pardon? So it's the vote.
To clarify the vote, it is 4-0.
Okay.
3-0, isn't it?
No, there's four.
No, I
Four of you.
consented.
Oh,
You are consenting?
4-0.
Let's move on to the board's discussion of the 26-27 budget and the 4-year outline plan. But do we have a new one of these that we can have in front of us to approve? Because we can't do it based just on the tiny numbers on the screen.
We have,
Yeah, but that just gives us the basic general fund.
we did not reprint that. We can. It's this,
Okay, so let's ask the board. At the last meeting, we were given a budget like this for us to review, and that's the budget we see on a regular basis.
Mhm.
And this is we were given this budget for the 25-26 school year information and then our plan for 26-27 and on. So if you have that, I understand there are no changes to this, is that correct? So as we move through our discussion on the budget and move to approval of the resolution, you may want to refer to that for questions.
When the Kristen was telling us the stuff there, it seemed like there was a lot there, so I might have got it mixed up a little bit, but she brought up the forest fund several times, 3 or 4 times, and I was wondering, didn't we okay to buy some computers or something, and if we got that forest fund, we'd be spending it on that?
yeah, so that's actually in the current year's budget because we got unexpected forest fund dollars. And because it was additional funds that we hadn't budgeted for, the board approved using those funds to take care of a need to get our tech updated. So that's in the 25-26 budget. And then when she was referring to federal forest money, looking forward, we don't typically budget for it as revenue because we can't guarantee that it's gonna come in. And that if it does come in, then it provides us with the opportunity to use those funds in a different way than having budgeted for them and them not coming in.
I just didn't want to be counting for it for multiple things.
Well, the thing too, that we're making a very important decision on our budget for next year is that, when you just look at expenditures and revenues, we don't have a balanced budget. And that's because we're losing out around $35,000 of the Title I, right? Is it Title I dollars? And we're hoping that when it comes down to doing the student count, we'll be able to recover some of that. And so, there are several things we could look at, and Eric, you could probably be best to jump in too. We do have the amount that we put in here for possible grants. We could reduce that amount if we wanted our budget to be balanced. And I don't know that there's anywhere else to reduce it. Now, we are transferring money to the capital, but that isn't an expenditure. It's on our expenditure budget, but it's not an expenditure of our day-to-day school operations. And so it looks like we're about $35,951 that we will have to take out of our general fund to balance our budget. And I don't know if we all feel that we want to do that. Pardon?
Did we approve that?
No, that's what we're talking about right now.
We just, at our last meeting, where we discussed the budget, that was the direction
Thank
that
you.
the board indicated they wanted to go with the budget. One thing also that came up in that discussion was that, we do have some funds budgeted to continue our tech refresh. And then John had mentioned that since we usually do that in the summer, by the time we get ready to purchase tech, we will know whether or not the Title I dollars stayed at the lower amount or the final allocation came in higher. And that would be one place that we may be able to underspend what we're budgeted for to help make up for that deficit.
And so, Bill, you are right. We approved our initial proposed budget. We have not done the final budget approved. That's what we'll be doing tonight. And so, like Kelly explained, we did discuss that situation that we have, and how we might be able to handle that as we go through our year.
And, you know, there's so much numbers and stuff, I can't remember it all, but it seemed like we're losing like $100,000 a year or something like.
We were doing what, using 100?
Losing, you know,
Losing.
from the budget.
We haven't lost any money this year.
Are you thinking about the MSOCs, the material
Probably.
supplies and
I can't
operating
remember.
costs? Yeah, so the amount of revenue that we get to cover that doesn't quite cover our expenditures, so we accommodate for it
We-
from different
We
revenue.
evaluated some options
Yeah.
that could have pushed our costs into those types of numbers, but this budget does not reflect that. This has a
So
25, 26 is like neutral, 26, 27. It says $235,000 loss, but that includes a $200,000 transfer to our building fund, so it's a $35,000 deficit.
Mhm.
So the loss in this budget would be $35,000.
we do not project that loss will continue. At this point, we are projecting that we'll have a net revenue in our future out years. But again, this caught us by surprise, and this could happen anytime. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, keep doing that, won't be long, you don't have nothing.
I'm gonna pass, you want to take a quick look at the resolution? You want, because we do approve our budget through the resolution process. So, I'll pass that around so you can take a look at it. This is that Jessica just brought you, this is the budget and the out year plan that we're approving.
Do you want to see it?
Sure. So this is the resolution that we will.
I think part of what you may be thinking of too, Bill, is that we kind of had to indicate that we were in favor of this shape because we have our budget hearing tonight. We have to have the budget passed. We don't have time it takes 2 weeks to publish any changes to our budget. And we don't have time to like make a change. So
I was just asking questions because, you know, I didn't wanna start losing, a lot of money and stuff, but then I realized what you were telling me, that
Mhm.
there was a lot of numbers and hard to comprehend it all.
There are.
Mhm.
And then we really got surprised and,
This whole process, I've said this, I think every year of, we have a budget hearing that the public can give impact on. And then we're pretty much forced to pass our budget because we can't make any changes. We can amend it afterwards, but we have to pass a budget tonight. To meet our timeline is kind of.
August first.
Right. Yeah, but if we wanted to pass any changes to this budget, we have to republish it. Give the 2 week, is it 2 weeks or
It goes in the paper for 2 weeks.
2 weeks for the paper, then have another budget hearing. And then pass it, which will push us past the August 1st timeline.
I think one of the benefits to the process is how many meetings we have had and had a chance to discuss some pretty difficult topics, including the title I allocation that came in under expectation this year.
Yeah.
So,
No, I feel like a lot of it's happened in open meeting. I just feel like the force of like starting this meeting with a public meeting and public comment. And then our ability to take those comments and do anything about it is pretty much taken away from us.
limited.
okay, how's everybody feeling on this?
Having just said all that, I'll move.
We all know how you feel.
I'll move to approve the budget as presented.
Okay, so, I probably put you in a bad spot because, the chair would entertain a motion to approve resolution number
Right.
2026, 2027-1,
Should I move to do that?
adoption of the 2026-27 budget. And everyone has read it, but it is the resolution of the Board of Directors of Millay School District fixing and determining fund appropriations and adopting the 26-27 budget, the 4-year budget plan summary. This includes the 4-year budget plan summary that is on this paper. And providing for all related manners. So hereby it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Millay School District as follows.
So moved.
So moved, okay. Is there a second? It's a second. It's been moved and second to adopt resolution number 2026-2027. Are there any further questions or comments or concerns? Discussion? All right, in that case, on a resolution, shall we do a roll call?
We can.
So, Jessica, would you like to poll us, please?
Aye.
And
Aye.
Bill
I,
and Joe?
Aye. All right, this has been approved, 4-0. Thank you very much, everyone. This will be in our signature packet when it goes around for everyone to sign. All right, next we have public comment. Now that you've watched us all fumble around up here. Any comments? Anybody else join us online?
Nope.
All right, well, let's move on to,
Thank you, Kristen.
she's gonna still be here. Oh, I guess we did finish the budget.
Well, should we ask? The question about the.
What was the question? The staff question.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, could we ask?
We
the
held
question?
capacity for a position. Because we have not figured out exactly what we're going to do by the time we had her, we found out. So we don't have a final decision yet on like what that vacancy, how we're gonna handle the vacancy. Because in the past we had, 2 positions and then we went to the like we went from a dean to a vice principal and, how we will post for that vacancy, if we will post, hasn't been decided yet. So the capacity to have that,
To do something.
income in there is still in there.
We got 2 steps at least where we have numbers that can go in the budget. Relate to the budget.
Honestly, I don't anticipate it being a huge difference from what was budgeted to what we are likely to do, but because we haven't finalized that, I just don't have a very direct answer for you. I will for sure by the first day that staff comes back. Okay,
Any
Um,
further questions or public comments? Okay, let's go on to the board
So,
governance.
yeah,
presentation.
so I'm very excited. The next agenda item is a presentation by Tim Merlino and Marnie Allen. We're really fortunate that they were able to come all the way out and support us. We have our upcoming retreat scheduled in the not too distant future. And because we have been so fortunate to have a student representative for the first time since I've been here, and a couple of new board members, it seemed like a really great opportunity to just kind of go over some of this,
Thank you,
the
Jim.
roles and responsibilities and best practices. So as we work on our retreat and continue to move forward, we have some shared understanding. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks for having us, Kelly, and happy to be here tonight. So my name's Tim Merlino. I'm the superintendent of ESD 112 in Vancouver, and I've been at the ESD. I'm starting my 13th year as superintendent, but I've been at the ESD for 40 years total. I was a fiscal officer prior to this, so Kristen, you did a good job. I was pretty impressed. We do a lot of work with Mill A and happy to partner with the district. So, like I said, appreciate the support or the work we do together. So I'd have Marnie introduce herself.
I'm Marty Allen. I'm an assistant superintendent at the ESD. I've worked there about 18 years, done a whole variety of different things for the ESD. I currently kind of oversee our HR department, work with the superintendent, provide support. I'm an attorney by training, so I have done a lot of work with school boards and public meetings and public records and things like that. I also oversee our 3 self-insurance programs. So the risk property casualty co-op that y'all participate in, work comp and unemployment. Work real hard to give you guys rebates to offset that increased cost for risk. I know that's a huge cost and a struggle that we're working on, but yeah, just happy to be here and happy to support your district in whatever ways we can.
So we have provided what I would call board training, or really it's like WASDA training to all the boards in the gorge, just about in the last several years. And what we'd like to do is just make this a discussion with the board. And so maybe we could start off with just having you introduce yourselves to us and tell us how long you've been on the board and what motivated you to be on the board.
Well, my name is Eric Lundby. And I don't have to say.
Well, I don't want any of that. You don't need to do
John.
that. Just throw it out. You're throwing numbers all over the place.
Well, we could introduce each other.
Yeah.
11 years?
Hmm.
Something like that. A good friend of mine asked me to be on the board. Angela called me up and she can be quite persuasive as well. Or she could be quite persuasive. She passed away a few years ago. But I was very interested. The opportunity to walk into a tough situation and try to help figure a way forward. So.
And actually, to give Eric additional credit, he was brought on by Angela because we had just made the decision about at PCIA, and he was brought on to be able to help implement PCIA and get that all rolling and get the final decision made, which was a big thing for Mill A that we credit Angela for, then Eric coming in, being on the board.
Yeah, no question, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he almost took my place on the board. So my name's Anita Gayheimer Crowe. This is my third stint on the board. I was on the board back in the late nineties. And then I was on the board again in the early 2000s. I left, we were researching the options of PCIA. But I chose not to run again when, so I wasn't there when we signed the final documents for PCIA. And I just very proud of everything I've done. I came on again to fill a vacancy and took the risk of running for election. And so I'm happy that I was able to do that and be here when we brought Kelly on.
Thank you.
Bill on think and a friend of mine asked me to run. So I figured I'd serve my community and God and learn a lot. But I think I've been here 2 or 3 years. I think I got
3 years,
one
maybe, I'm
run.
not
It feels like 3.
Well, it's better than 30.
My name's Joan Graham. My husband was on the board for a very short time. He was a CPA and I didn't know what the school board did. I am not a CPA. I don't follow a lot of the number stuff, but I came on to follow him. He passed away 5 years ago.
He was also on the board for several years.
He was on the board for a short time.
Was it only a short time?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the MAV board for a long time, but not on the school board.
I thought we had him at least a couple of years, didn't we? No.
Just a few months. No. Anyway,
Well, thanks for stepping up too.
thank you.
We have our newest board member. Put you on the spot.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I'm Marissa Miller. I've been on the board for 2 months now, and I wanted to join to improve communication between like the district and the students so that students know more about what's going on in the district.
So you report back to the.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Thanks.
And absent this evening is John Morrill. He is also like Joan, newly elected to the board, but has served on the board in the past.
Yes.
For several years last time.
He was,
His
yeah,
wife.
he was, well, he left when they moved, but, and also the friend
Mhm.
was John's wife, so small community.
Oh, I know Angela.
Yeah.
We worked
You know her
together
for
way
quite a
back
while.
then
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what we like to do when we come meet with boards is bring you some information and materials. I'll try to speak up and please, if you can't hear, make sure and tell me and I'll talk louder. So in the packet that you have is your association, the Washington School District Directors Association Manual for how to be an effective board member. We will not read all 70 or 54 pages of this, but what you have is a short little outline or overview of key themes in this document that we'll speak from, and then also a little handout on open public meetings and public records. That's a big part of your work, is complying with the Open Public Meeting Act and Public Records Law. Before we jump into the kind of little short outline and the publication, we always like to start with just hearing, because a big part of being an effective school board is the norms and how you as a board work with your superintendent. So do you have like norms on how you as individual board members and you as a collective board work with? What are your expectations? And
We do have a
Okay.
policy.
and so what are those expectations for when and how you communicate with Superintendent Stickle? What information you need from her, what?
Well, I thought I was organized and brought the policy, but I guess I didn't. It's the 1600s. Oh, here it is.
Oh, cool.
We have policy number 1620. And then it on the second page of the policy is similar to this chart where it says the board does this and the superintendent does that. It's kind of two columns, so it's very similar to this chart where the role of the board and the role of the. But I don't think it's been reviewed for a long time, and we have, with the exception of Eric, all new board members since this. In fact, it says it was revised in '05. So even, you weren't here, Eric, right?
No.
So we're all new, so we probably should review that. Would you like to look at it while you?
No, I think that's okay. This is really more intended for all of you as individuals and especially new board members to just be able to talk with each other and with the superintendent around what information, for example, Joan, what information do you need from Kelly when you're coming to a board meeting to feel like you're prepared and know what you're going to be asked to do? You need the packet? Do you need a phone call? What information do you need from, or even as you're representing the.
Usually they have these binders
Mhm.
with the meaning all lined out in it. And you can come and get it. Like
Friday, Friday before.
yeah, and then you got time to read it and stuff, and you get a pretty good idea of what you're gonna walk into.
And that's working there's no right or wrong. Obviously you have a policy, so you like to know what's in your policy and follow your policy, but really it's just about. This is an opportunity to talk with each other around what do you need to feel like you can do a good job as a board member. And then also for you, Kelly, what do you need from individual board members to feel like you're doing a good job as a superintendent?
Yeah, that's a great question. I love, one thing that helps me is when you guys send me email questions, so I know what information you want in advance. That is usually pretty handy, or, if any of the information that I email out, like to the whole board and say, reply to me, if you want to make sure that I'm prepared to have clarifying questions, like that's been really helpful. And so one of the hopes tonight is that as we kind of have this discussion, we'll be better prepared for our August retreat. And then we can kind of fine tune some of the things that we talk about tonight. So that would be really helpful too. It's just to kind of, as we work through the process, just kind of take it step by step so that each meeting we can kind of move forward, and I can make sure to get all of the information that you guys need so that you can ask those really good and difficult questions of me.
I think the challenging thing is that each of us as individuals learn different and like to have different materials. Like, I'm a hard copy person, see? Eric is a digital person. And so each of us have different ways that we want, different resources we want as we participate. And so that puts a challenge on Kelly and on Jessica to ensure that each board member has a packet that works for them before the board meeting. So we can come to the board meeting prepared, which is hard to do on a Monday because you're usually spending Sunday evening, getting ready because you have a work day Monday, or you have, if you don't work or retired, you might have other things. But so I think that's one of the things that the board, it's kind of a challenge that staff has to help us be ready, and it's a responsibility we have that we can't often fulfill coming to a meeting prepared.
Right, so talking about what your norms are and what each individual person needs and making sure Kelly knows that so she can, and Jessica, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name already. Marissa, right? What information does everyone on the board need? What way do you want that information so that you know what the norms are? Just how are we gonna work together?
A lot of times, well, almost every time, I think Kelly goes a little above and beyond and puts some presentations on the screen, and I think it helps me a lot to understand.
That's good to know. It also extends outside the board meeting, right? Your individual board members that are elected, and you have things that happen in your community and things that you do as a board member to support the district outside of the board meeting. So if someone in the public comes up to you and asks you a question about something that's going on in the district, it's helpful to know, how does Kelly want to hear from you? When does she want to hear from you? And who's going to respond back to the person in the public, so that none of you collectively as a team are surprised or caught off guard. So that might be something you want to talk about at your retreat is what are our norms? Do we, I don't know if it's email, if it's a phone call, just to Kelly, but talking about your norms and how you work together, what information you each need, because it's different when you're communicating with students, it's probably a little different than communicating with the public. So
Yeah, and like Anita is saying, email isn't for everyone, and so that's a great suggestion, is that we can really hone in on like what that dialogue can look like, and especially like what's the way that we're gonna get the information back so that we're getting that real consistent answers out to folks that have questions. That's a really good suggestion.
Here's something else, cause so you guys had your budget hearing tonight, right?
Mhm.
Do you normally put out like summary sheets? Because I was like you guys, I couldn't read that. I mean, I understood it because Kristen did a real good job but at the same time, like people in the crowd probably didn't understand like because they don't have what you have do people come in and ask for budgets ahead of time?
No, we've had quite a few questions though at the
Last meeting.
last several meetings. Yeah, I think we've had a lot of discussion about several of the changes and topics, even like Kristen was saying, how we've had to shift some of the categories, and so the numbers look different. So some of those things I think we talked through quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could have just paper copies of something for people when they come in. Also, Eric, to what you were talking about, just the timing of all this stuff. We have the same issue at the ESD with our budget, but we have a budget hearing a month before. So we'll do it in June. I get it. There's different things going on in school district budgets. Sometimes the legislature's not even done, or.
Well, I think that's what we've been pushed against is like, we're being told we don't even have the inputs to put together a budget.
Right.
Until.
Right.
Until.
And next year's the 2-year budget, so it'll probably be delayed again like that. But, you could have a budget meeting early in July and then one later if you heard something, hearing.
Right.
And if you heard something, you could do it again 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later. That's a way to get around some of that stuff. Because I think it probably will be an issue next year. Just the lateness of everything. But in this current year we're in, we could have done it in end of June and had time in between and just approved a budget in July. But if you want to make changes.
Sure.
So there's ways around all that stuff.
No, I appreciate it, because I actually, to me, we've had the discussion several times with several people, and it's just like, no, there isn't, so.
Yeah, ESD is different because we don't have a lot of public that show up at our board meetings. And no one's gonna really, I guess school board members could ask us questions about our budget, but that doesn't, in my 40 years, never really happened, so.
It's probably been 10% of the time, 1.2 years that we've had a bunch of questions.
Yeah, well. So how about as individual board members, do you have norms and expectations about how you work with each other? Communicate with each other or?
Well, we pretty much don't communicate because we don't like to give the opportunity for the public to misinterpret. So I can send out information to each board member if there's something coming up at the board meeting I want them to think about, but nobody replies. I can send that out, but we don't reply.
Yeah, I think.
And I think that makes it easy. We don't try to create a situation that could be misinterpreted in any way.
So you send information out to individuals that you think they may be interested in. What if they hear from someone in the public, or they have a question, or Eric has an idea or wants to know something? Does everything go to you and out to everyone? How do you?
I don't send things out very often, but every once in a while I do. Kelly sends things out more often than I do, probably, just so that we come prepared. So we've read a document in advance or we can get our questions ready and bring our questions to the meeting.
Yeah, I won't say that I never speak to another board member in between meetings. But if I do, it's probably one board member.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's, between one meeting where we may discuss something, but then I'm like, That's, for me, it's like, that's it. That, I'm done talking to other board members until the next meeting. Unless it's part of, like a committee or something, that type of work, it's also.
So we're so small. There's only 175 houses in our district. That's not a lot of families. And so it's really easy. We just like to try to avoid.
Clarify about board business.
Right.
We're all at the 4th of July here
Yeah,
at the
but
school
that's-
having a
yeah.
barbecue, right? I'm not like, not talking to you, Bill. No, we'll talk to at the,
No, we'll go up, shake hands and say hi and stuff.
or sit around meal or
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, that's, yeah.
And Marty, your question was pretty good, cause like, right, we do get a lot of people that come up and ask questions to different. And sometimes multiple board members, and so like we were talking about earlier, like, we have. Some people like paper and some people like email, and so I think that. I don't know that we have really had a chance to sit down and talk about like what that might look like, or even come up with best practices, or because we have some different like styles of communication. That hasn't necessarily, we haven't been able to streamline it, or we just haven't taken the time to work through that. So that was a really thought-provoking question for me.
Well, and part of why we ask this and talk with all the boards we do this training with, because every board is different, and we've met with several really small districts and bigger districts. You're all elected by the 175 people that own homes here, right? And they may talk to you out in the community, in the grocery store, at your church event or whatever, and they have ideas and you're representing them. So when you're hearing from the people that elect you, you do have to be mindful. You should not send an email or meet at the coffee shop as a quorum and talk about what you're going to do as a board, because that would violate the Open Public Meetings Act, right? So you can't have a quorum and you don't want to conduct business outside the meeting. But when you're on a school board, you're all individuals, and the only way the school's business can get done is through the whole board. So if you had something that was a priority and you had something was a priority, like knowing how you want to bring forward your individual priorities, goals, or thoughts, maybe they go to Kelly, maybe they go to the chair, but just talking as a board about how do we all individually want to bring forward ideas, feedback that we hear in a way that doesn't violate the Open Public Meetings Act, but captures all the individual board members' priorities, perspectives.
Well, I think something else that's important to keep in mind, and maybe you're fine in talking about this, is we're individuals. And we don't represent the board when we're talking as individuals, but when we're talking about board business and other individuals, our emails, our texts, those are public records. We're conducting board business when we talk to the community about board stuff. And that's easy to forget, or easy to
You
Just
just
not-
do it, right?
It's like somebody sends you a Facebook message,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, I'm like, my school board email is as follows,
Yes.
right? Because that's where I can conduct and have public discussions. And if there's ever a public records request, no, not my Facebook, not my text, not my,
Yeah.
I don't wanna make those subject to a public records request.
Right, 100%. So thank you for sharing that. That is
Kind
important.
of along those lines too. I'm curious about what do you guys do when, like you said, it's a small town. You're gonna run into people here. What do you do when somebody from the community tells you, this, I don't like what happened at school today, this happened with a teacher or something like that, my kid, whatever. What do you do with that information?
You tell them, talk to Kelly. If they're not satisfied, write a letter to the board and we'll present it to the board. Go from there.
Or I got in touch with Anita and brought her to the lady that had a question or a concern.
Then I
So
took her
they-
question and went to Kelly.
That is what Bill described is probably the way it needs to be. But I get what you did too. But it really needs to be the board handing that off to Kelly. Those kind of questions.
What kind of questions are you?
Just talking about concerns about employees at the district or anything like that.
Something that happened at school or something that wasn't taught the way they thought it should have been taught, or.
If they disagree with
Yeah.
board policy and how that impacts things, then sure.
And we do have a very specific complaint policy. But I've learned that people aren't comfortable putting things in writing and following policy. And I think when the issue really becomes a challenge for the board is when you receive a complaint that involves the principal or the superintendent. But
What do you do in that situation?
the board has to look at that and decide what action, if any, is appropriate.
Doesn't it go through a process with Kelly as the person in
Not
charge
if
of the
it's
staff?
about her.
Yeah, it's about the superintendent for sure.
Right, yeah, that's what I was saying. If
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry, I
about
didn't
the
hear that.
superintendent principal, right, then it goes to the board.
And how do you, which is part of why I was just asking about the norms for the board. How do you inform other board members? So someone comes to Eric and says, hey, I don't like the way the principal superintendent dealt with this employee at school. What do you do with that, Eric?
What do I do with that?
Yeah, they
I mean,
come talk to you.
personally, I would listen.
Mhm.
I would encourage them to. Yeah, I would encourage them to talk to Kelly because I feel like. More, to be more productive talking to someone than talking about them. I would also encourage them that if they have any fears of retribution or anything like that, that the board would not allow for that.
Yeah.
That process is our job to protect, and it doesn't work if we don't protect people in that type of process. And then depending on where that went, I would ask to share that with Kelly, or probably talk to Kelly, see if I can let her and probably the rest of the board know.
So
When that
we
happens.
do that through an executive session. So at first we would need it in writing. We won't take action on verbal. We have to have it in writing. And then you can have an executive session and you can bring in Kelly, hey, we've got this, and find, it usually doesn't go any further than that first executive session, depending on what it is, but.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole goal or purpose of talking about norms that you have with individual board members is you have two new board members who may have someone in the community come forward with a complaint, may not even be about Kelly. So how do you want to make sure as a board, since you work as a board, no one wants to be surprised, no individual board member nor Kelly. So it's really just you guys, we just ask the question. There's not one way to do it. There's not one right way or one answer. It's just more about getting you thinking about, talking about what are your norms. You guys get to decide how you communicate with each other and want to work together.
I'd love to pick your brain on that topic as far as like, I imagine that there's something like big picture behind the process of like why that's like, right, like why it would typically be like directly to the superintendent so that it could be handled. And then if it's about the superintendent or principal's actual like performance that needs to be evaluated, their performance needs to be evaluated, then that would go through like a different complaint process. So in my mind, because I'm new, so I'm still learning. In my mind, a lot of that is to protect the integrity of the like the appeal process, right? Because like I had to make some difficult decisions, and we've had to have some conversations about decisions that I've made that people might not agree with. And then if they do decide to come to the board, like I'm assuming just like that objectivity of not having been part of the process until then is like one of the things that is important to preserve. Am I like understanding the open public meeting and like all of that stuff pretty well there?
Yeah, when it comes to, right, it's kind of about due process, like when there's a specific complaint about an employee or about a student, like I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit, but
So,
the do's and don'ts of here's the role of a board member and here's the role of a superintendent, it's all related to that, right? So the role of the school board is to make policy, to decide, kind of set the big picture direction on where things are going. But as a school board, you have one employee, that's the superintendent. The superintendent's job is to carry out your policies. So when you have in policy, here's a complaint procedure, here's our instructional material, or here's how we deal with harassment, intimidation, or bullying. Here's all of our personnel policies on how we're going to treat employees. It's the superintendent's job to implement all of those policies and the superintendent's job to make the decisions about hiring, firing, promoting. And that process is really set up because you want to protect the integrity, but also the legal liability and the risks of the school district. Because there's a process in the statute, especially for certificated teachers, to come to the board. So you really need the superintendent to do the investigation, to get the facts. A lot of times, if you're terminating an employee, to work with legal counsel of the district. And then if that employee doesn't agree with the decision of the superintendent, then they come to the board. And if the individual board members have had individual conversations, it complicates the decision that the board may make. Attorneys representing the person who you may rule in favor or against, are likely to do some discovery and challenge your ability to have your decision upheld as fair and impartial, because you're kind of acting like a judge. When you're hearing a specific complaint and making a decision, you're acting more in a quasi judicial role, not in a legislative role. So, but also what happens is when those kinds of cases, and the hard part is you don't know, I don't know, we don't know, we have this happen too in our organization. You don't know who's gonna file the appeal, sue the district, hire the lawyer. And it's really uncomfortable and you don't want to be deposed and questioned by a lawyer who's trying to get at, well, who did you talk to and what did they tell you? And did they tell you this? And so the easiest way to protect yourself from that and make it as easy as possible for an attorney defending the district and the ultimate decision is to stay out of it and let Kelly deal with it. And, and then to the degree it's a complaint or an issue involving Kelly, it's also important because she has due process rights, right? So whatever information you would usually maybe work with an attorney or not, but it's really kind of about due process, fairness, equity in ensuring that the investigation and decisions that you make are based on the facts and that everyone, because you can only, like Eric said, you're acting as a board and as an individual, no individual has independent individual authority. It's got to be the whole board. So you also don't want to be out there asking questions individually, getting different information. You kind of want to act as an entire board.
it's a challenge, right? Because it's an elected position.
Yeah.
So there's a political
Yeah.
aspect to what you're doing.
Yeah.
And you want to be responsive to your constituents.
Yeah.
Right? And you want to listen to them. You want to hear what they want. As Kelly's employer and Kelly's supervisor, you want awareness.
Mhm.
And it's more awareness than you can get through just a school board meeting. You want to understand, how is the school running?
Mhm.
And what those things are and how do you get that awareness, right? And as you said, you also serve in that quasi judicial role,
Yeah.
and you don't want to compromise your unbiased fair judgment in that. And those three different things kind of act in tension
Yeah.
against each
Yep.
other, and so you have to find how to balance all of those.
100%. And one of the ways to help find that balance and tweak it is to have conversations around what are our norms? How do we want to do it? What works best for us to avoid surprises for other board members, for Kelly, to the degree that you all can do that? How do you want to work in connection with each other?
Right.
The more you can work together.
Because we can't walk out like your judicial judge.
Right.
Who has to recuse themselves if
Yes.
they have any connection to anybody. That just
No, doesn't work. Agree.
Right? And so it's what is that balance?
Yeah.
And I think for me, it comes down to anything we can do to minimize the problems.
Yeah.
Without compromising
Yeah.
the other, that we should.
Right. Right.
So, I would say
I'm just an individual on the board. And you need to talk to Kelly. And you need to either go to a board meeting and speak up. Or write a letter, cause I can't just take what you're gonna tell me and it's just hearsay. Then we need you to speak up if you got a problem.
Right. And so if that's kind of the norm of the board, then it's probably important that everyone on the board do that, because pretty soon the community will go, oh, Joan's gonna refer me to Kelly. Eric's gonna investigate himself, not saying you do this, but that's
Right.
why you want norms,
Sure.
right? Is so you can go, because the community will try to figure out
Who's the person who's going
who's
to?
gonna take their cause.
Right.
And it's hard because you're elected, and of course you care about all of their causes, but the key is to communicate with your chief executive and with each other to achieve what you think is what's best for your district, whatever the issue might be. I don't know, hopefully that's
So
helpful.
I wouldn't say write a letter and then go tell them that we're talking. I'd wait for them to respond how they're gonna respond and tell the board.
Yes,
Instead
that's
of me just.
ideal, yeah.
Cause there is a policy for it, right?
Pardon?
There is a policy for it, right?
We have, yes, we
Yeah.
do. We have a specific policy. And.
You can
I
just
think we
refer 'em
do
to
a
the
good
policy.
Job of taking things to Kelly and say, hey, you know, we've heard this, we've heard that.
Yeah.
And most of it never makes it back to the board. It's,
Resolved.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's supposed to work.
yeah, it's not common to have anything come back to the board. She's got pretty broad shoulders, but that's because she's got one that's for principal and one that's for superintendent.
Yeah. It's a big job, right? Yes.
Ready to move?
Yeah, so we just jump into the 5 standards.
Well, I think we can talk about just the role of the school board versus the role of the superintendent really quick too. So the board, according to the WASDA policies and laws, strategic vision is what the board is supposed to be doing, deciding what's done in the school district, community engagement, setting the course for the school district, collaborate with the superintendent and board members, set goals, policy development, making sure the policies are up to date from the state level, financial oversight, what you were doing tonight, setting the course and direction and goals for financial oversight. And the big one to me, I think, is hiring and evaluating the superintendent. They're your only employee. The rest of the employees are Kelly's employees. So that's the board of role of the board.
And for the superintendent, we talked about this a little bit, deciding how it's done, carrying out actions. So the superintendent's in charge of operations, making sure the school's being operated correctly in accordance with the policies and procedures that the board's approved. The superintendent adopts the plans and procedures. You adopt policy. The superintendent makes recommendations to you when, you know, not every policy has only one particular way to get to where you want to go. So the superintendent makes recommendations for you to consider. The superintendent, working with your business manager, develops the budget and then hires and manages employees. This far column on the right is really the key things. There are more in the manual. I just picked out the ones that where the tension probably gets the highest between a board and a superintendent. You know, it's hard when the community's all coming to you. You are on the board, you're volunteering your time, you care about the community. It's hard not to get involved in day-to-day operations. But as a board member, you kind of have to work to stay out of day-to-day operations. That's Kelly's job. As a board, you try to avoid not being transparent. You want the community to know and be transparent with the policies and decisions that you're making. You don't want to dismiss different points of view from everyone in your community and from your fellow board members. Overstepping into staff matters, micromanaging expenses, and micromanaging the superintendent or staff. Those are kind of the key things that, especially as a newer board member, probably take some time and practice to get to know where that line is.
Well, that makes me think, one thing I appreciated about what you were saying, Bill, about how like you're pretty clear about like, oh, you know, you need to talk to Kelly, or like Eric was saying, like, make sure that talk to me first. It's been really helpful because then, when you keep your, like, your thoughts and opinion out of it, then we have that opportunity to go and I can have that conversation with people without, you having kind of given them a judgment or like said that like, oh yeah, I hear you and I think you're right, even, you know, because sometimes people might hear that. The fact that you're not doing that has been really, really helpful so that we can just sit down and have a conversation. I can talk to whoever has a concern without them thinking like, oh, I've got Bill on my side. So I genuinely appreciate that you're like, you've been withholding your own opinion unless it comes to the whole board. That's been really helpful for me.
And we've discussed this in meetings, how to go through this process. We've done it several times.
Okay, next, we're gonna summarize and talk about the 5 standards that WASDA recommends to ensure effective governance and strong leadership in school districts.
So the first one is responsible, they call it responsible governance. That's your first responsibility. And there are a lot of things that go into responsible governance. Conducting business in a fair, respectful manner, being open and accountable to the public in seeking divergent perspectives. Anita does a great job chairing the meeting. I heard her 3 times tonight say you can comment now at the public meeting. There's public comment later on and there's public so is there anyone online? So getting as best you can input from the public, adopting policies on research practices, promoting healthy relationships, and really working as kind of a collaborative team. So I don't know if you have any examples or anything anyone wants to share or talk about related to how you as a board feel like you do that.
Okay, didn't understand it.
So if part of governing as a responsible board member includes being transparent at your meetings, trying to get input from community members, and if they have a different point of view than yours or another community member, how do you go about trying to invite those different perspectives into conversations at your meetings? I mean, it requires people to show up and to speak up when they're invited, right? But
there are several public comment portions, so I mean, you are allowing for that.
Yeah, we have 2, which is not a lot of
The
people
typical,
don't have
yeah.
2, they
Yeah.
just have the mandatory 1. But we like to have the 2 because if you have it in the beginning, they haven't watched the meeting yet. And so then they'll come up with comments, and so we have a second one. I've checked the, agendas and other things of other school districts all the time, and one of the things that is very hard is communication with the public, and I think we don't do as good a job as we should at having handouts available for the public. A copy of the budget status report, a copy of the budget that we're seeing from Kristen in front of us. So that's one things where we can do better, but I noticed on one of the Seattle's agenda, when they listed approval of a contract, they'd have the name, but then there was this very short paragraph that explained what that contract would do. It was like 2 sentences and it provided the benefit of the contract and what that contract was for. So the public could see that on the agenda.
yeah,
So rather than just a title, they had additional information. Because it's almost impossible to inform the public about what's going on.
yeah,
We don't have in our community a way to do that. We have email lists, but not everybody has email.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so
Unique.
it's always a challenge to inform the public of what but we have other things like open houses and music concerts and stuff that get the public here. We all wear our little name tags, but I think we can always improve in, keeping the public informed of their school district.
That makes me think, we've got, last year we did the coffee chats and the tea talks at like different times in the day, and I don't know that I formally invited you guys to join those. I think at some point I might have mentioned and like, but would that be something that would be another way for like one board member at a time to come and join if
Yeah,
you're available?
I don't participate in that. It's like a foreign language.
Well, it's just an open forum for people to come in, right? So we just do like every like second Friday of the month. We make some coffee and open up for an hour and anyone can come and talk about anything. Every opposite, Thursday or whatever, then we've been doing it in the afternoon. And so as we think through the planning for next year, that might be something we can talk about at the retreat, is like how we could structure those in a way where, because obviously we can't have multiple board members, but we could think about.
Talk about something with the board chair,
Yeah,
a coffee time with the board chair or something.
yeah, including you
It's
guys in
really
that.
hard, because parents work and they've got little kids at home or whatever their circumstances are. And I don't know if we talked about that or if we just talked about, a note or a letter from the board chair every once in a while.
Cause I thought,
Yeah, opportunities.
I thought you were talking about, initially, I thought we were talking about an online chat thing that you have with, because you do have something like that for staff, isn't there something like that at all?
well, I send out a newsletter every week that you guys also.
Yeah, we do get the newsletter, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about like, as we're
Your
talking
coffee time
through,
and stuff, yeah.
it is hard to get people to want to give feedback and, Monday evening might not be great or ideal. And so, it sounds like what I'm hearing is like, I mean, I know that you guys want more input, but it just popped in my head that maybe we can expand some of those opportunities for folks to come and chat with me and then have you there as well to bring it all back.
And it's always a good thing. Should we have a school board member? Or are they more comfortable without a school board member there? Or is a school board member gonna be in an odd position because somebody might want them to answer a question that they can answer as an individual, but not as a board?
If your
So-
superintendent's there, then you can defer to the superintendent. I guess you would all need to decide the benefit of hearing as individual board members directly from your community that you represent, so you can take turns.
Other than at a board meeting.
Then eat right, or, I mean, you might be doing it already in the community.
But it might be something that we can talk about, right?
Sure.
Just like as far as like. we're
No,
doing
it could-
these
it could be-
events. But
It
we could,
wouldn't have to be one at a time either. You could have a couple
Like a
people,
couple,
as long as you don't have a quorum.
Yeah.
yeah, but we
And
can
then if it's a
talk.
quorum, then there's all kinds of other issues.
Yeah.
That
You
might
can't talk
be
about
a-
board business, you can't, or you might have to take minutes and publish it.
Yeah.
It might be a good topic for the retreat, right? Like if that's something we would like to
Yeah.
explore as far as like opening different ways. Yeah, Jessica's now coming to every coffee chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Mhm.
Sorry, Jessica.
I can't, it's during study.
Usually in your study hall.
So standard 2 is having high expectations for student learning, meaning the board would have high expectations. So can you describe for us the Mill A School District's vision for student learning?
Students first. Upside down and all around, it's all.
What does that mean?
First.
How do they learn? How do you ensure learning for all students?
Well, one of the things that Kelly has done and Jennifer in the back has had a major role in is we've adopted new curriculum over the last, say, 3 years.
Mhm.
And we have a committee that works on that, and that has been brought to the board. Recommended to the board, and I think that's made a big difference because one of the things we didn't have was consistency between our teachers in our classrooms, and when you have 3 classes we only have 3 rooms. 3 grades per class, 1 teacher. So having that consistency, I think, has helped. I don't know if anybody else has a comment, but I think that's one of the big things that has happened is that curriculum.
We bought new laptops and getting computers for them to make it better for them to learn.
So, and maybe this is for you, Kelly, but what's communicated to the community about the whole student and staff, or no, I'm sorry. What's communicated to the community, students and staff related to expectations for learning?
Well, we're working on our vision and mission statement. So that's been something that we've been working on for a bit in order so that we can have a very specific goal to point to. Like Anita was saying, we really focused in on having some adopted curriculum and getting the board involved in that. And then the data reports go out, and we send out like a monthly newsletter that usually tries to have some of the what's happening and what's coming around both some of the fun things and then also some of the academic things, so that we continue to kind of keep the focus on being a learning institution first and foremost, and making sure that that's being done in a way that engages students and kind of using some of that language.
Just curious too, does it ever come up at board meetings? The teaching and learning side?
Oh, yeah, we've like several meetings, both on student performance, on expected school student culture. We've had big discussions about, how do you address behavior and how does behavior impact the learning environment, both for students and for the students they interact with, and how that, I think we've had several discussions about
It is a
academic health.
challenge though, because if you only have 4 kids in grade 3 and you're putting performance stuff on the board, you can't do it.
Yeah, no, understood.
It's especially in this small community, everybody knows everybody, so it's very hard for the board to see anything but a kind of a big major chart when it comes to student performance.
Well, yeah, honestly, well, you can't go very far in depth and have a statistically significant sample size,
Yeah.
right? With the
Yeah,
school
I
size.
guess I was really talking about just the concept, really
Sure,
not
like,
necessarily.
where
the
do we wanna
statistics.
go? What does it,
Yeah,
and I think,
yeah.
I think even more like. For me, recognizing that. What is the environment where students learn best? And, are things that make students want to be in school? Does that help them be more engaged with learning? Some of those, like a whole student, it's their test scores, it's what they do, it's how they feel when they're in the classroom. What can we do to improve?
I think that key element, and Bill, you are on this often, is not, student performance, it's how do I articulate it? It's how has this student improved? Rather than, you have a student that's performing low or a student that's performing high, it is what is that gap of improvement that's going on? I'm not saying it very well.
Growth measurements, yeah,
Growth measure.
yeah, we talked
I think-
about. I think we all knew what you meant. We
Oh,
just didn't
okay.
say the jargon.
Yeah.
Because that's really the key for whether or not we're doing our job, whether our teachers are doing the job, because each student might be at a different level, but each student is learning and getting better and better as it goes through the year.
Mhm.
And that's what we hope to see. And that's
Does that come back to the board, that kind of information you're talking about?
yeah, I think Kelly is
Every quarter, she puts the graphs up and
put the
talks
graph
about it.
up, yeah.
Yeah, we do it 3-time-a-year diagnostic, and so that data is able to be desegregated enough that it can be presented. And so like actually this evening I have like our district-wide SBAC data, because that's the smallest.
Well, you might be here for a while.
I know, it's like one slide. And it can wait till next month if we need to, but like, it's like, right, that is a challenge, is for us to talk about the growth and the achievement and the difference between those two, because our numbers are so small,
Right.
Yeah.
right? So it gets to be really tricky, especially when we're talking about our secondary students, because we really can't talk about it in any way other than all of PCIA. And even then, it's really, it can be really challenging. I mean, if you have, 2 kids who took the SBAC, then you can't put out like high school level data. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Our average score.
Luck we figured out how we got there, like, yeah, so,
Right.
yeah.
You had a great score. You go ahead and promote it.
But I think one of the things too, though, like that your question, like where I started, like we don't have that solid mission and vision statement yet. It's something that we're really working on. That we don't have that North Star that we can all like point back to, like here at Mill A students. Like, and then finish that sentence.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important. You do need that.
I think it helps with a lot of different.
They
ways.
would,
We've been
because you
working-
can always go back to it.
So what we've been talking about actually really leads over into this third standard, because the third standard is creating conditions district-wide for student and staff success. So you're just talking about student success and how you measure it and look at it and what your goal and vision is, as well as staff. So, that standard for a board includes things like providing for the safety and security of your staff, employing and supporting quality teachers, ensuring there are adequate resources, investing in things like technology. These are all things you've already been talking about, but is there anything in particular that you want to talk about or highlight that you feel like you do really well at when it comes to supporting student and staff success?
Can you say the question again that you really want us to answer?
It's just an invitation if you want to say more about what you do to meet your standard of supporting student and staff success. I've heard, like we just talked about looking at each student and looking at their performance and achievement and the whole new computers. So you've already kind of answered the question, but if there's something else you wanted to share, you just invested in your budget, in your facilities and making improvements.
Well,
So
I think that policies come in there. There are some policies that are very, very important. And one would be, for example, how we handle discipline. That's what a challenging policy. And with the laws constantly changing, and teachers need to be aware of that, and they need support. And Kelly needs to know exactly what the law is and what our options are. And so the board needs to spend more time on policies. There are too many policies. And I'm one I hate just adopting a model policy. I really think we need to try to make them more applicable to our school, but we just plain can't do it. There are too many
There's a
of them.
lot,
We don't
yeah.
have time.
How up to date are you on that stuff?
I should defer for a few meetings from time, but we're not, I mean,
I think
the things that are coming out, we're not too far behind. It's the things that WASDA hasn't updated since I got here that I mean, I'll come across it once in a while, but each quarter when the little WASDA magazine comes out, we do a pretty good job up until maybe the last quarter when we had a lot of vacations and stuff, but we'll catch up. Wait till August, guys. Woo!
But I
This is not
thinking of
unusual.
the policies that really provide the foundation for teachers and staff
Mhm.
and students too. How we handle students that, have, a doctor's prescription, we need to make sure they get it on time, and all kinds of little tiny things like that make a difference in the day of the student and the teacher. So those policies, and they may be up to date or they may not, but I think those are, you ask, and that's
Yeah.
one thing that I think is important.
Yeah,
I think the board does a really good job of asking what do I need to make sure that everyone has what they need? And I don't always have an answer. But I appreciate that I get asked that a lot, like, let us know what you need. I hear that pretty often. So it's very supportive and it's deeply appreciated as far as like wanting to know that we're putting our resources where they need to be to support students and staff.
yeah, absolutely. Just asking the question shows that you care and it's on your mind and you're trying to create a successful environment.
Well, and sometimes just being asked the question and not having the answer ready means that like, I'm gonna go off and think about it. So it's those hard questions that really drive our success. Right? Like sometimes, your unique perspective when you'll ask a question that sometimes it seems like people might be hesitant to ask because they feel like it's off the wall or whatever, but it causes me to go back and reflect. and think more deeply in maybe a way that I hadn't. So like, that's really important.
Why are you looking at me like?
Because you asked good questions.
Oh, okay.
To me, like, if we talk about the difference between, it hits on some stuff we had earlier as well. The board's job is to, set policy, and for some of those types of things, it's our job to answer questions. It's our job to answer those questions and provide guidance on that front, and whether you interact, you have to listen, but that's where we are to lead. But when it comes to the procedure,
Yeah,
it's not that we're not involved, but I think it's the opposite. To me, it's our job to question answers. Like, it's her job to give us her answers, and we should be questioning them on the procedure. Like, how does that
does that
implement?
work? Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Yep.
and that's important, right? It's not on all of it. In order, we've talked about transparency, we've talked about a lot of different things. On all of it, you have to be willing to have your answers questioned if you're the person providing those answers.
Mhm.
You can't be so locked in, and that's different than micromanaging, right?
Right.
A lot of us say, don't micromanage, don't micromanage. Well, yeah, of course. Well, not of course. It's hard not to micromanage at times. But looking down, I see you're doing this, this, and this. How does that impact that? Making Kelly accountable and answer those questions and provide and think about things from other perspectives still is our job.
Part of, yep.
We haven't done a policy for a little bit, but, we started, like, when I bring a policy to the board, a recommendation, we started putting the procedure in, not within like the scope of the meeting, but just for.
Get it?
I did.
Yay. But like for information, and so that's.
That was awesome.
You need some chopsticks, man.
First.
It was all you.
Still there
I
with his feet up.
Here, yeah, he's covered up now.
Okay.
Blanket over him.
Sorry, Kelly.
No, he needs to, Eric, you need to come sit in my office to get rid of all of them that are in there. I guess it makes me wonder though, does that work for you guys to have the procedure accompany it? And then if you do have questions, then you can bring it up. Has that been working? I know we haven't done it for a while, but.
I think it's important because we need to know the procedure. The procedure basically is part of her job description.
Right.
And we need to know whether or not it's working and whether we have one, because sometimes some policies don't have procedures with them, and those procedures, I think that I hope we encourage her to change them as much as she needs to be able to implement the policy and have it be a working procedure that's meeting the needs of our staff and students. So I like it that she provides that. We know it exists and that kind of
What's
thing.
happening, yeah.
As opposed to what, Kelly? What would be the alternative?
Just providing the policy.
We've gone over policies quite a bit, and I used to have a whole pile of them in here, but had to take some of them out.
Binder.
Then we changed a few policies too.
Looks like we better order 2-inch binders.
So I think we've probably touched on standard 4 already, talked about district and board accountability for student learning. And my only question to the board is, do community members ever talk to you about that? Your accountability for making sure that students are learning?
I don't think in that way
Yeah,
directly.
probably not. I understand that.
Not
And
students
if you,
overall.
like you said, you would identify gaps for the board, Kelly, and in student growth and all that stuff. Do you ever talk about how you can improve if there's something that isn't where you want it to be?
Yeah, I mean, not as much as I would like to, just because, there's a time constraint, but I try to bring up some of the metrics that we're gonna put in place to close those gaps or the things that we're doing and then circle back to them when we get to the next data report. So like, you know, we've adopted quite a bit of curriculum in the last couple of years for K-8, and the next step will be to get it for our classes that are being taught at the high school only level. The college and the high school is kind of its own beast, right? But being able to like refer back to, oh, we're using Ready Math and now we're going into our second year and like, here's how it's closing those gaps. And like, this is the intervention tool and we're using, like, we've really been trying to talk about multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, and kind of understand more about what those, the triangle, right? The tier 1, 2, and 3 with the green and yellow and red, and just kind of walking through what students are getting to help them move forward.
Yeah, it's great.
Cool.
Hmm.
We've also talked already a lot about this. This is the 5th standard and we only have 5, before we just want to touch a little bit on a couple other concepts, but community engagement. So how do you engage with the community? And we talked a little bit about that. Like I think Kelly suggested, hey, do you guys want to take turns coming to coffee talk? But right now, do you have ways that you as board members connect, other than people who show up to board meetings? How do you try to connect with your community, get people's input or?
Just in school events, you know, like
Mhm.
the dance and you just walk around, people talk to you.
Mhm. Do you have any you have a newsletter, didn't you say? Okay, so maybe you kind of engage by sending out newsletters. I don't know, any other?
Well, we have a PTO as well.
Mhm.
But I don't think none of the board members are members of the PTO. But I think that, that's an avenue that could be utilized to meet that need. And we do have events, we have name tags we wear when we go
Yeah.
to any of our events. But you know, it's tough because we don't have a lot, there's no ladies club, there's no Boy
Yeah.
Scouts, no Girl Scouts. Things like that, we just have the church and the school.
Mhm.
And usually when I'm at the school events, no one really asks me
No docs.
about school stuff. They just, how you doing?
But we could do something in our events, and we've talked about that, and I think we've done a little bit in the past. But we could have a table or a brochure we hand out or something else.
Maybe just being there though, and honestly having your,
Mhm.
you know, if they know who you are and you're there, then you're present and available to engage. Nobody can make somebody come talk to you or tell you what's on their mind or want
We
it.
advertise we have a lot of food.
Yeah, I think you go, right, free food.
You'll get them there then.
Always get people to come.
And we usually do, the PTO is awesome at providing meals in our
No,
events.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
What?
The five on the camera.
It's on the camera, so it looks like huge, like see it?
That's good.
He's the big brother coming.
Okay, a couple other things we want to hit on. We want to hit on open public meetings real quick. I know we talked around this a little bit too. So Kelly, you advertise all the public meetings, right?
Yes.
And I noticed on yours this month had an executive session on it. So you advertise all those too, right? And Marnie, are you required to advertise what you're gonna be talking about, the specific topic?
Yeah, with the reference to the statute, which you needed, and now stand corrected to make it match the correct section of the statute, so.
So do you have many executive sessions?
I don't have
Every
anything to
other meeting
compare
or
it
so,
to,
maybe?
so, other than maybe my experience when I was on a board, I would say we've had a lot more here than when I was a board member. It was a bigger, like, right, a
Mhm.
much bigger district, so I don't know that I'm comparing apples to apples on that one. But not having been in a small district like this, I don't know how to quantify it. But yeah, you're saying like probably every other?
Meeting or so, maybe we have gone through a lot of changes. Change is hard. And so we do have an executive session once in a while to bring up an issue that's been brought up, and Kelly helps the board understand and so everybody's kind of on the same plate.
I know the auditors look at this stuff, I mean,
Yeah,
but I don't know, you guys probably get a desk auditor, is that right? Do they come out, the auditors? They look at the Open Public Meetings Act.
Yeah, they just did that
We just
last
actually.
year.
Did they ask questions about that?
About executive
yeah,
Um,
look at the minutes and.
They
you
looked at
notice
they looked at the
minutes, yes.
minutes and they looked at minutes from, it was like a couple of years
Mhm.
ago. So
Yeah,
it was,
that-
yeah,
you might be on like a 3-year cycle.
Yeah.
To be audited, so.
How do you kind of look at the list of the statutory criteria? Because it's pretty limited on
Mhm.
when you can go and do an executive session and then you make sure. How do you make sure you're fitting within one of those exemptions when you meet in an executive
I
session?
pulled the RCW out of my briefcase.
And if someone starts talking about something that's not specifically related to a complaint about and that one about a complaint about an employee, if the employee wants it heard in public, they get to have it talked about in public.
If it gets to that kind of complaint, but. It is very easy in an executive session to go where you're not supposed to, and so we have enough experienced people that, kind of bring us back to make sure we're just talking about what we're supposed to talk.
Eric and John and Anita have done a pretty good job of keeping the guardrails up.
Good for you. It's not easy. I've been in many where it veers off and
It
it's
is not easy.
uncomfortable and awkward to go, maybe we shouldn't talk about this in this setting, but. And then how do you make sure everyone's on board with, right, when you're meeting in an executive session, it's because it's a sensitive topic that is only intended for the board to talk about in that meeting. So the information that's shared there doesn't leave the executive session and get shared outside the meeting with other people, right? Because that's not, you have to maintain the confidentiality of the stuff that you talk about.
I think we remind each other because, I think we all know of suspectful situations where information's out there that shouldn't be out there, but. I think we remind each other pretty much at the end of each session, don't we?
We try to,
Yeah,
and we try to be probably better at it when we get a new board member,
Mhm.
yeah.
cause it's hard, right? Like,
Mhm.
especially all of a sudden somebody walks up to you and starts talking.
Ask you what, yeah.
Well, maybe not ask you about, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. But maybe starts talking randomly about something that you talked about in executive session. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Wondering, wait a minute. Yeah, do you ever bring that back and say, hey, colleagues, this happened? Just a reminder, someone leaked
I don't
something.
think we've
It's not
had that
this-
recently.
It's not so much leaked and like, let's talk about the dynamic of this board. John is married to a teacher. I'm
Mhm.
married to classified staff,
Mhm.
so it's also, it's not
Gonna
just a
know.
community member.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you know what happened at school today? Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. And I'm like, oh, okay, right? Cause it's like,
Yeah.
and Jane Greta understands, my wife, that,
Yeah.
like, I can't talk about something that happened in executive session.
So
Yeah.
just about like the relationships that you have, do you ever have to abstain from things?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually, there are kind of three standards, ethical standards that are talked about in the WASDA manual, and kind of governance and ethical rules, open public meetings, public records, and then just ethics. And those are around having children that attend the school or being married to a spouse. And how do you do just what Eric was talking about? You could also have a business partner, you know, or do business, your district does business with someone in your family. So just being aware of your ethical duties to not engage in those conversations or not approve contracts for your spouse to do the work, like you have to withhold.
It's the
voting.
easiest way, yeah, to not be conflicted is to abstain.
Mhm. On those kinds of things. Public records, you guys already,
I
oh,
think-
go ahead.
There's a difference, I mean,
Yeah, that's
Mickey,
okay.
but there's a difference between abstaining and recusing yourself. And
Right.
if it's my
Yeah,
spouse,
yeah, you're right.
I would recuse myself. I could abstain for several reasons, but if I
Yeah.
had conflict, I would actually recuse myself.
Yeah.
Good point. You talked about this a little bit earlier, so I feel like you have it all dialed in, especially you, Eric, when you're like, don't send me anything on Facebook, don't email me, don't text me, because those are all public records. So if your community is communicating with you about business of the board, if they're putting that in anything in writing, that becomes a public record. So making sure they're sending it to your school district email account, or, you know, they're giving you a hand note or however you communicate with them. If they're creating an electronic or a paper record related to school business, you want to make sure that the district has it so they can retain it. So they can provide it if there's a public records request, because you don't want your personal email, your personal social media, your cell phone.
Right, I've had that, we've had lawsuits at work, other places, I don't wanna turn over my cell phone.
Yeah.
For my text records to be searched.
Yep.
For texting about school business.
I don't, usually do any school board stuff on here. I get the school, emails, you know, about, we got a meeting tonight and stuff, but other than that, I don't answer it, nothing.
I mean,
I'm
that
not
just
good at following
protects
that
you.
rule.
It's hard.
Well, I just, it's a decision I make myself, and if they subpoena my things, they will, but it is not, an easy thing for me to be able to log in constantly and then log back out. I just can't do that.
Well, there's new revisions to the Attorney General model rules on public records. And that new rule says that all public officials, public agencies, as part of the model rule, it's a recommendation, you don't have to adopt it, but if you know, there were a lawsuit or something, then you know the courts are gonna look at the Attorney General's model rule. But that new model rule says that every public agency should have this standard where you are within 24 hours forwarding your text messages, your emails, your et cetera. So our superintendent has said, you will not text me, I will not reply, or I'm getting a word cell phone, because it is hard to send every single, it's hard to look at 2 email accounts, to have 2 cell phones, to forward it all. So
I think like once or twice. Cause I do forward, it was originally set up this way, it forwards to my personal email.
Yeah.
From my, so I don't go read emails.
Yeah.
Specifically on my board email account.
Yeah.
It forwards to my personal, but I don't hit reply in my personal, I go back into the board email to.
Yeah, there's a difference there, right?
Yep.
Between reading something and responding to it. The response is what's the public record.
right. The key is making sure that you have a routine practice where the records in the school district's email or the response is coming from that email, so that when you get subpoenaed for your phone, it's like, well, everything that ever got auto forwarded to my personal email or my phone is already in the district account because it was auto forwarded, and I only respond from that account, so there's nothing on my phone. Or you're like Anita and you go, and we got a public records request for one of our employees who worked with organizations on competitive bidding, and they thought it was unfair and that this employee was communicating on the side with another vendor, and she had to provide her phone and we had to provide the text messages. So it happens.
Yeah, I don't think we really communicate about board business that board's making a decision on, and I don't think we have back and forth communication, but we receive information. I receive information.
If it's related to something, if it's coming to you as the board chair though, related to any kind of subject matter the board's eventually gonna discuss or decide, it probably would
Yeah.
read it as a
I
record.
It's
get
normally
so
not.
much junk in my emails, I don't even
I don't
hardly ever look at it, cause I don't wanna go through all that stuff.
I got a text about some candidate who was driving drunk, so it was so.
So did I.
Yeah, everyone did. So those are the 3, you know, public meetings, public records, conflicts of interest. Those are the legal ethical standards that are in the WASDA manual, and that was an overview of a whole lot of information, but you always can refer back to the manual. That's why we gave it to you. If you're curious, or didn't we talk about that? What were the do's and don'ts? There's a lot of good information in here, but, so if you're ever curious, you want ideas on how to do things, this kind of hopefully can be a good resource for you.
Didn't we have to go online and go through a lot of this stuff?
Did you, as a new board members? Yeah.
Yeah.
You so probably did open public meeting training, right? Because the law requires within 6 months of becoming a board member that you do open meeting public record training.
And I don't think that our newest board members have been given a direct link to taking those two classes.
Training.
That's mandatory,
Yeah.
so that's something we need.
We
Did we give
did
that?
it at the
did
meeting,
you
we did
do
it
that?
in their email, we gave them the information in writing.
So we probably should make sure that Joan and John have taken the most recent. They're one we have to take almost every year or something.
I do, I think it is. I don't know if it's 12 months or 18 months, but yeah, you do have to refresh it.
That's the OPA. one.
Uh-huh, the open government, it does public meetings and public records, like we just did it for our law.
Yeah, that's right.
There's, you
So
can
does
watch
this
the
count?
video. Well, I don't know, but I might be, we didn't spend much time talking about it, but you could look at that, see.
Do we have to spend like 5 more minutes? to get
I
this
know,
to
what
go?
else, come prepared with what do I have to talk about?
But Kelly, did we kind of hit on the points and?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm really glad that Marissa was able to stay. I think it was really important for her to see us, model some of those accountability questions and some of those deep thinking questions. And to think through, like, to hear like some of the perspectives and have a chance to talk about like, oh, like I really appreciate this and encourage that. And so
Does she get an opportunity to talk at the board meetings too?
she does, yeah. So that's,
You might have killed
We
me.
should have asked.
no, we were actually meeting right before the meeting today. And I was like, do you have anything tonight? And she's like, I'm like, that's good, because we forgot to put the student representative thing on the agenda. So that worked out perfectly. But yeah, she's new to the role. We haven't had one for the last couple years, and we're really excited. And she's gonna have a little.
Yeah, it's important. It's
report
good.
every
She was
every
great.
time. She's phenomenal.
Yeah, she seemed,
She came to me with a list of things that our website needs to be fixed today, and I'm like, great,
okay,
all right. I'm like, oh, I'm not, actually, we're working on 3 of these, like you are on it. So she's a fantastic leader.
Well, thanks for inviting us up.
yeah.
All right, why don't we
Coming.
take a 2 or 3 minute break here and say goodbye to our guests and hit the ladies or men's room if we need to. So it is 8:21. Let's come back at 8:25. Does that sound okay? Does that give everybody enough? Skip item B. We already did that. We'll go on to budget report. This is our status report for our current year budget. Looks like it, what are we, 10 out of 12 months have passed?
Yeah, August is the last, so this is.
We have July and August yet for expenses coming in, so looks like we're not too far off. Assuming the rest of those revenues are coming in. Anyone have any questions or comments on our budget status? At the last meeting, we did give the authorization to go ahead and move the other 200,000 into our capital fund, and of course that is for the purpose at this point of being able to get another pod. That's kind of our goal for that funding.
Another what?
Pod,
A portable,
Oh,
yeah.
portable classroom. And then we're hoping that maybe that one will have water to it, water and sewer.
That would be lovely if we could make that happen.
Yeah, so that's, pardon?
In a restroom?
There are no restrooms out there now. They all have to come in here through the snow, ice and rain and that kind of stuff. So that's one reason the board has been making that transfer of funds each year to build up that capital fund so we can have that, do that. Any other questions? So we're kind of low on our state dollars. They could have continued. We haven't gotten any word that anything strange is happening this year. We should expect to get everything. Okay.
Kind of uneventful end to the year as we just sort of get through the last little bit.
Okay, no questions or anything. Let's go on to superintendent's report.
When was the meeting?
You're gonna be on the screen, but.
Yeah, it'll be pretty brief. I'm turning my audio off to make sure I don't start echoing us.
Echo.
Echo. There we go, that's better. I was like, oh, that's like, right there. Okay. So some of the stuff I'm gonna go kind of fast through and we can revisit anything next month as well, but and just for the sake of time. So here we are in summer, people, projects and preparation is kind of where we're at in the year. We've got multiple facilities projects happening. We've got student experience improvement projects and planning, and Jessica, I suck at keeping secrets, so I totally told her all about.
She told me.
I know. One of the things that students have said is that they really miss having the owl's nest, and we were able to shift some things around, and we are creating a new owl's nest. Hence my call for.
It's not up in the.
No, it's actually, no.
It wasn't stuff.
So the reason that the door is no longer on between here and there is because that will be the owl's nest.
Oh.
And the way we will ensure that we are providing adequate supervision is because we have the amazing Miss Manning in the library most of the time. And so they will be kind of an offshoot for her, but really exciting. I was trying to keep it a surprise, but
So
I'm not good at that.
what is the owl's nest?
It's basically like a commons area. They'll have a microwave for heating their lunch. They'll have a little refrigerator for keeping their lunches. It gives them a place if they don't have like a 7th period class, but they want to stay on campus to do an after school activity. It gives them some place to be and wait.
So it's for PCIA students.
Like a hangout.
Yeah, like, like the indoor quad, right? But there's still lots to do in there, but it'll be ready by the time students get here. We've got staffing updates and boy, audits, operations and programmatic planning. Whew. Okay, so very quick snapshot of student growth data. We have our SBAC is the state testing that students take. Smarter, balanced something is what it stands for. It's really not all that relevant to what the test is. Students in grades 3 through 8 take both the English language arts and the math. And then students in grade 10, sometimes 11, and even sometimes 12 take them as well. So just a real quick snapshot. We had 30 students take the math test. Level 3 is meeting standard, level 4 is exceeding standards. And 47% of our students met in mathematics. In English language arts, we had 29 students take it overall, and we had 52% of our students meeting or exceeding. What I wish I would have added now is state and national averages. I will actually bring that slide back next month with a little bit more information to put it in context.
Yeah, because this is totally inadequate, Kelly. It's great.
We have some staffing updates. As you know, our vice principal, Amy, concluded her status with us on June 30th. She's relocating to be closer to her grandchildren, which seems so weird to say about Amy because she does not seem like someone who would have grandchildren to me. Not because she's bad, she just seems very young for that. So we're really excited for her. She's got a great opportunity to spend a lot more time with her family. And we also are losing our amazing Miss Naomi. we conducted, interviews for a new cook. And I have a contract for you tonight, to approve for, an applicant. Her name's Maddie Butcher. She comes to us with, actually quite a bit of experience. She's done catering, she's worked for restaurants. She's like Naomi, got many children that she cooks for at home. We had, Naomi was part of the interview team. And
Didn't she used to do that here before?
no,
Oh, I thought.
the last name's very similar, but it's different.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, vouchers.
We have the wonderful privilege of being selected to do yet. Oh no, this is the basic education. So we completed the basic education survey. It's a very long survey. It just says that we're meeting all the state requirements of 180 days of school, the graduation requirements, high school and beyond, all those things. It requires me to send it to the board chair for her approval to submit it. And it was what, like, it's like 47 pages long.
It was atrociously long to read and all the details in there is
Yep.
amazing.
Yeah, it was atrociously long to put together, so I will spare you the details, but if you do want to see it, let me know. And I'd be happy to send you the entire document. It's many, many pages. The grants that we talked about, we got the meals, breakfast meals for kids was the refrigerator, and then we also received all these acronyms, TPEP, Teacher Prep. Do you know what the EMP stand for?
No.
It's basically helping teachers understand how the review process works, like what their annual review is on. Yeah, so we got $1,805 to help cover costs of substitutes for release time for like our new teacher to go get trained on it. So that was really lovely.
Doesn't it stand for teacher and principal evaluation
It
program?
sure does. It's right there. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and just thank AI for helping me with my slide words. Maybe didn't read them very closely. Nice job. We've been doing a lot of work on the parking lot. I'm very excited to say that Jeff Hawkins has agreed to take over being the lead of the safety committee. He's been on it for a long time and has been a valuable voice. He put together the little map on the right that shows the traffic flow. As you can see in that diagram, the bus is on the far side of the crosswalk, which is the safety committee's recommendation, is to have the bus load and unload there so that parents can drop off and pick up at the curb where the bus is currently loading and unloading, so that students who are needing to cross from the parking lot are doing so behind the bus, not stepping out from in front of it. It's a relatively small change that we believe will increase safety significantly. I actually went ahead and ran it past someone that I know who, not like personally, but he's a colleague of my husband's, who's very involved with OSHA and does a lot of safety presentations, just kind of sent him the graphic for his feedback, and he agreed that the bus should be in front of the crosswalk and students should be crossing behind it. So we will be moving forward with that. I'll have a good conversation with Barbie about it. I know she's got some concerns and we'll try to continue to mitigate those. We have another audit coming up. It's gonna be massive. I don't need any, there's no action for you guys to take, but you'll hear a lot about it over the coming months.
Is that a district-wide audit or? Okay.
Yeah, when we got selected, Kristen reached out to me right away and was like, she's like, this is gonna be, I'm like, cool.
When will that happen?
Soon.
This summer?
Like right sometime in August, they will start to send me information on what we're gonna need to do.
Okay, so if the board needs to provide you support or let you know that you may have to bring in Lisa Moore or something like that,
Yeah.
then we want to make sure that we're providing that support.
Once I know the scope, I'll have more information.
Get it?
Oh, I didn't hit it hard enough.
I'm trying to be quiet.
Again, this is another thing that we can dig in deeper if the board would like next month, but our school improvement plan, end of the year. Our goals were around our literacy growth, attendance, and MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support. Looking forward, we're gonna continue to strengthen our reading curriculum and literacy through more targeted interventions. So continuing to look at what we're using to teach reading. We're gonna continue working on our attendance initiative. 85% of our K-8 students attended at least 90% of the time, which is up from 74%.
Good.
And so we're making great progress at the K-8 level. The goal is 90% to attend 90% or more. So some of the outreach and just conversations are working. And then we've fully implemented MTSS, but we need to increase our utilization. So really helping everyone understand how to make a referral to get help, what documentation, and then monitoring students' progress. Same kind of thing for PCIA. High school and beyond plan, we piloted it this year. So we achieved our goal on implementing it. We're gonna continue to look at the schedule for graduation pathways. We've done a lot of work on that, and we'll be doing that all next year. Attendance is an initiative we're gonna stick with at PCIA for sure. 57% of our PCIA students attended at least 90% of the time, so we've got some work to do there. And then same thing with MTSS. We're just gonna continue to use the framework to make sure that we're helping teachers help students.
Well, let the board know what could we possibly do, the board. I mean, we provide resources basically, but to help them improve our attendance record. That's PCIA low attendance is just really scary.
We're gonna do some community building the first couple of days of school. Jessica's been really instrumental in helping with that. And I talked to quite a few of the teachers about just kind of working together to message the expectations around academic excellence and rigor and how attendance plays into that. But I will definitely keep you posted.
Isn't that more on the parents to get the kids up and get them to school?
I think at the secondary level, it's less so.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of them drive. I actually think sometimes the parents don't know that the kids aren't coming because they drive themselves. So, but we'll keep working on it. The key areas.
She heard you say, isn't that more on parents? Isn't that more on parents?
That's how it's gonna go in the minutes.
Our minutes are very,
Reputation for giving candy as a positive
I do.
reward. I think that you ought to be handing out candy bars.
I might.
Everybody.
Well, we're gonna put some in the owl's nest. They'll have to be here to get them.
Well, what happened to the one kid that moved away, but he was honest he wanted to graduate, but he would miss
We
too
can-
much school.
We can't discuss that during the open meeting, but. Looking ahead, we're just gonna keep working on getting ready for the start of the year, the capital projects, the compliance and program overviews, and then aligning those instructional priorities. And so in closing, thank you for your continued partnership as we work through our facilities compliance requirements, staffing transitions, preparations for students, and we're gonna keep staying focused on safe facilities, reliable systems, and strong instruction, and have a really positive start. Are there any questions for me? That concludes my.
When you redo that one really super nice slide that had all the student growth stuff, can I get a hard copy of that?
Yes.
Thank you. When you present it at the next meeting.
Yeah. As soon as I looked
Okay,
at it, I'm like,
any questions for Kelly? All right, let's move on to district sustainability presentation. district technology sustainability presentation.
All right, this is one I'm gonna tell you really quickly. I'm gonna hand it to you and we can revisit it next month.
Oh, okay, this is our homework, make a check mark there, make sure we do our homework.
Eric asked for kind of a plan, if I remember correctly.
Oh, did I?
It was- So
That was 30 days
the
ago.
goal is to come up with a technology refresh plan that moves away from emergency replacement and has a solid refreshment plan. So guaranteeing student access to reliable Chromebooks or laptops for daily learning. Making sure that staff have updated laptops and devices for instruction and communication. And then really keeping an eye on our infrastructure, network, wireless, classroom technologies. Those things are always changing, and so we just always have to be looking at it. So wanted to put together kind of a more formal plan of what that might look like with a multi-year refresh cycle. So the piece of paper I gave you, it kind of outlined where we are with our inventory and projected needs. It starts by saying in year one, which would is to really focus on replacing devices that are failing, unsupportive, or just disrupting instruction. And then getting to a place where we've got capacity to grow a little bit at PCIA. We have enough spare Chromebooks on the carts because they do break and kids are kids. And we don't want to have them not have a computer, so we need to build in a little bit of capacity to have some extra and then get on a sustainable refresh cycle where we can stay within that kind of budget capacity of $20,000 a year. So I will just leave that with you guys to review and then we can discuss it in more detail next month.
Okay. Superintendent to vacation, I guess our contract really doesn't
Yeah.
specify.
So it does not, and I sent out a long email, and I don't know if there is a direction that you want to go. But my contract does not currently have a limit on how much vacation I can accrue. Which is kind of problematic because I don't take much vacation.
Okay, does your business have ours is 240 hours is the max you could carry over.
And in Washington, the public employee used to be 240, it's now 280, and it allows for a 1-year rollover.
I don't know what your company has.
We switched from a annual date where it used to be like, oh, well, you get 200 hours or you get 80 hours, but your max you can do on the rollover is 100. We switched to just like a continuously accruing with a max so that there's no rollover point. We want people to use their vacation. So it was, I think for me, it's 200. If I don't go over 200. If I don't use my vacation and I have 200 hours, I don't get more vacation.
Right.
Just how it fits. And that's, it limits.
And ours is similar, only you could accumulate 240.
And then you have to have 200 by the.
And then if you earn vacation next year and you don't use it, you're still just at 240.
So
You never
same,
go
yeah,
past
it's up.
240, yeah.
Well, can they not take the vacation and just take the pay?
We've,
Only at the end of
Yeah,
when they quit.
oh, you gotta save the name.
Yeah, you don't get it at the end of the year. I don't know anybody
I
that
thought you
does that.
use it or lose it, or just.
Yeah,
take the
it's
pay.
use it or lose it.
we don't generally have that option of just take the pay. Before we were doing continuously accruing. Or like with a maximum. What would happen is people forget to take their vacations and then they'd be like. At the end of their annual cycle, oh, I didn't take the next 3 weeks off. And then, like, well, no. So it'd be like making special arrangements, and sometimes in that case, we would pay them. On certain employees, but not in general.
But I think that our employees could get paid if somebody leaves, they
Yeah,
could get paid
we
for
do that.
their, and the maximum we want to be. Liable for is 240 hours at our business, so that's kind of what I.
That's where that's why the 280 is in the statute for state employees. And so possibly, I don't know if the board would wanna just have a subcommittee put something together, if you want me to put something together with some direction. But either way, cause I have a lot.
A lot of what?
Vacation.
Vacation or.
Yeah, so we need to do something about it. Yeah, cause I mean, I'm new. I need all the time here to learn my job as possible. It's starting to even out a little bit. I feel like the feet are underneath me, but I definitely did not take any days off that I didn't have to in the last couple of years. So, but I'm taking Wednesday off, so that'll reduce the bike hours.
So does the board want to think about this again, and at the next meeting, we will discuss how to modify the contract? And does somebody want to do a sample modification?
Yeah. No, wait.
Way to fall intelligent, Joan. Heck yeah. I love it.
All right, we will assign more homework and come back at the next meeting so that we can make sure that contract issue gets taken care of, so it doesn't carry into the next school year. Okay, next on our agenda.
Also me, you guys kind of listened to me for a while, sorry. I'm asking for board approval to, provide a, out of endorsement teaching assignment, or basically to get another, conditional teaching cert requires to have a plan of support and board approval. It's for, Margaret. We've been doing this for a while. I know we've talked about it, in the past that, this is what we're doing. She's got the background and expertise to have this, conditional endorsement, and we are looking to, offer her, in addition to music, based on her skills and her background, visual arts and theater art, because she has extensive experience in both of those, which would open up the courses that we can offer for our students.
I move we approve.
Well, second.
Been moved and approved to, moved and seconded to approve the conditional teacher certificate request for Margaret McLarney. Further discussion and questions?
I like that. It's been moved and approved. Moving right to go a lot faster.
Minutes this time.
Our time is almost 9 o'clock. So, any further discussion or questions?
Is that coming with a plan to
Yes.
keep moving
Yeah.
away from that eventually?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I have the plan, if you want me to give you some highlights off it, I have it here in front of me, but it includes attending professional development. And also exploring options for accreditation. I want to make sure that we do it at a time frame that allows her to keep her full-time position. But yes, that is part of it.
Okay.
Any further discussion, questions, or comments? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. That looks like a 4-0. Thank you, Jessica. Now we're on to classified contract approvals. What classified contracts do we have?
Well, I have one that I need to correct the name on, because it says Maddie at the top and Naomi in the middle. So I'm gonna just handwrite it for you. So I have all of our classified contracts. I have a contract for Madison Butcher to join our team as a cook. I guess we actually had a competitive
Good.
applicant pool. We had 3 qualified applicants. And it was a difficult decision. So we're really fortunate to have her joining our team. Lisa and Naomi and I were all on the interview team because, Naomi needed to be in Lisa Works on the summer. So that's what we did. So I have hers, I have Tim's, I have Doug's, I have Miss Lundy's, I have Greta's, I have Barbie's, I have Lisa's. I suppose we'll bring Jessica Manning back. I have 2 for her. And
Yeah. Especially.
Abby. So I have all of our classified employee contracts ready for you tonight.
Does want to,
The hours
Take
all
a look
align
at them, or
with
should I
what
just
you've
read them
seen
off?
in the FTE production.
Well, if you wanna do them as a group,
Projections.
I'll just recuse myself, otherwise we can separate out right out.
yeah, I guess we do need to separate that one out.
Oh, Joan, I looked it up.
Whoosh.
Dave joined the board in March of 20, but we had him for over a year.
Really?
You got in February of 21, so 11 months.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Did I get it? You're right. Okay.
It's close.
Mhm.
Okay, well, let's just do Madison separately so that we can have separate questions if anyone want. Madison is the recommended hire as a result of interviews for a cook, since Naomi has gone on to a wonderful job at the White Salmon School District. Her contract is from August 1st, 26 to July 31st, 27 for 190 days at 7.5 hours each day. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I changed it in one spot. This year her contract will be effective today.
Okay,
Yeah, so my apologies, like I said, I missed the top of this.
I see, okay.
Stephen Campbell.
Because we need, she needs overlap time with Naomi for training. So she's gonna start,
Gonna start cooking, no.
well, they're gonna go through a lot of the operational stuff. There's some training she needs to do quite a
So-
bit.
We'll approve that. Do you want to clean that up later?
Yeah,
So
I'll clean it
that-
up before I hand it to her. Yeah, because you guys don't need to sign these.
Yeah, no. So we haven't seen a resume, but Kelly speaks very high of her. The interview team liked her and they had great choices. And so I'm real proud of the recommendation coming to us. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? Comments, discussions? Okay, I have a motion to approve the employment contract for Madison as our butcher, as our new cook.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the contract for Madison Butcher as our new cook. Her contract will start July 20th, which is today, and go through the 31st of July next year. Are you going to modify the number of days as well?
Cause she has extra, this is starting.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
There now.
Yes.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
There.
All in
Aye.
favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Say aye.
Hi.
And opposed?
Hey. No, I was Leslie. Yes, I was for it.
I got
Okay,
you for it.
congratulations to Madison. Now we have the contracts for our current employees, Tim Boucher, Doug Dyer, Barbara Zirkle, Lisa O'Neill, Jessica Manning, who has 2 positions with us, so we have 2 contracts for her. And Abigail. What does Abigail do?
She's a para-educator.
Oh, she's a pair, okay. I don't know what's wrong with, we call her Abby, right? So are there any changes in these contracts the board should know about?
Everything is written exactly how it was on the budgeted FTE.
So there are no
projections.
changes to the days, the length of the day, or any of those kinds of things?
So like for the para-educators, it matches what we just budgeted for the total.
Paraeducator, this is for 128 days at 4 hours per day.
Correct.
Okay,
That's Abby's.
right.
Yeah.
So are there questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve as presented?
I do, I will.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay. Are there any further discussions, questions, or comments on our contracts for our current employees, classified employees?
Are we doing all of them?
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You just said yes, you were.
Very good.
Wait, wait.
Okay, but you can.
You took Greta out, right?
Yeah, Greta's over here.
Yeah, so aye.
I didn't catch that part either. I'm like, we still have three.
I'll give you those because Donna put in our cider. Okay, next, we have a contract for Greta, which is 484 days, 6.5 hours a day. This is the same as her current schedule.
It's
As a
not a
parent,
reduction. I think it might be like I think it might be a half an hour a day more.
so, we pulled this one out because Eric cannot vote on this one. And so does anyone have any comments or questions? All right, is there a motion to approve the employment contract for Greta? And second, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's 3-0 with one recuse. Any other contracts? Nope.
And we don't have to sign these now?
Next,
I know. Yeah.
now we get to talk about the big contract. That's our construction contract for our roof repair project. So the bids for the roof repair project were due on Friday last week, had to be in by 2 o'clock. The we had several bids, 5 or 7 bids come in. They should be on a list here somewhere. We should have the bid
They're in here.
tabulation list. We do it, bid tabulation list looks like this. So they came in and they were opened and then read aloud, answering the questions, providing the information that you see on the bid tabulation list. So then that contract, once the construction services group goes through and evaluates them, make sure each contractor meets all the criteria and it was responsive in all ways to the bids, then they will make a recommendation to the board to enter into a contract with the most responsive contractor, most responsive bidder. So at our previous meeting, you might have noticed in the minutes, we made a decision that the board would approve that contract. I don't know what happened to those minutes. They're right here somewhere. We cannot sign a contract. We have to have 2 business days in between. Yeah, that's the one. It says here. We made one approve the grant. The board will retain authority to approve the contractor selection and construction agreement after bids are received and reviewed. There's a lot of things that have to be met that CFG will do.
Yeah, so what you've got in what I handed out is just kind of a cover sheet. That says that the lowest bid so we're really looking at the base bid. Alternate bid number 1 was for additional work that the combination of the 2 would exceed the grant. So Weather Guard had the lowest base bid, which is for the main project itself. The existing grant is not sufficient for both the base bid and option 1, which was additional work. So CSG Construction Services Group is going to see if they can get us additional funds so that we can do both the base of what we plan and then some additional work to the roof. It'd all be roof work.
At the same time.
Is our current grant 250 or?
Our current grant is on the second page of what I gave you. It is $387,700. So
Second page?
the back of page 2.
Oh, I see, okay. But So if the total grant amount is 387,000,
Mhm.
If you go to the,
wide is 204 to 165.
That's 370,000.
so if you go to the fourth page, it's the colorful page.
Yeah.
That is the most up-to-date budget that was provided by CSG. What we want to make sure is that we have room in the grant funding for change orders, which are.
So, and the bid
extremely
doesn't include sales tax?
correct. So, the page that's, yep, y'all have it, shows the bid, the sales tax. So the construction cost with tax for the base bid. The cost of the architectural services. And then that, project contingency, and that is really important in case there are any change orders. We don't want to exhaust the bid, and then end up having to spend more to complete the project.
What is the additional work that you want done?
It's more roof work, I would not feel confident with my level of expertise in describing
Okay,
all of it.
my question, it has to be done at the same time. You can't do one and then. do
Correct, so they're
something else
gonna,
later.
so CSG is gonna reach out to OSPI and see if they'll increase
Okay,
our grant, but if they don't, we need, like, right, then we still wanna get the base, the original part of the project done.
okay.
Yeah, it would be just like additional that we could do if we had enough funding. We weren't sure where the bids would come in comparison to the grant, so it was like, this is what we really want to do. Hey, if we have enough money, we could do this as well. If they'll
So
give us the
is it
difference.
additional? It's not,
It's not the urgent work that needs to
it
happen.
doesn't have to happen at the same time.
Cor- It would potentially happen at the same time,
No,
Is it underneath the roofing?
like, could you do them separately? Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes.
yeah, that's what. Jill was
Okay,
asking.
sorry.
She was like, if we don't do it now, are we like bearing a problem?
Oh,
But
no,
she's
we're
like,
creating extra work. It's two separate things that need to happen to the roof. We could do them at different times. But if we have the funding, it would become one project.
Okay.
So one of the bidder, if you add the two together, is lower. And I don't know how our bid's written and if we can do that or not.
Correct, and that Troy, was asked that question, at the opening. And he said was going to double check, but that his belief was that it would be on the base bid, especially because we do not have funding to do both.
if we chose, well, okay.
But when I need this one. Comes in less.
Correct. Yes,
she
but the
wanted to-
base bid,
And if you add sales tax, it's still over our to what we have.
Yeah, but when you get into it, there's probably gonna be things that. need
there
to be
will
done.
be, there will be change orders.
So our contingency right now, Anita, is 113. That's what's left. That isn't like a fixed cost in the whole project.
So if you add the second highest base bid and their alternate bid,
But I would,
that alone is $335,000.
right.
Which it would exceed the capacity of our existing grant.
I mean, I think we should ask the question. Against the board too, though, if, we put that all together. 113. The 125, that's 12,000 plus another 6,000. If we can't get grant funding, we're 18,000 short.
We're what?
18,000 short
Oh,
of the funding to do all of it.
we need the roof, we might as well throw it in there. Yeah,
I don't understand fully the impact of like, okay, well, we're good to find something else to do that other, because if we leave $100,000 of grant funding on the table, I don't wanna be like choosing to do this elsewise and spending 120,000 4 years from now, we could have contributed another 18 now and just gotten it done.
Is that all we need is 18,000 more?
Plus
Plus
contingency,
contingency.
plus contingency,
Okay.
which could be significant.
I'm sorry, Greg. So what did you add together? Where's,
So
That-
I
That's
added
if
up
we are able to
this one
select.
and this one, because when you
the two
combine
together.
these, it's less than the combination of these. And so I was comparing that to the overall grant. And, where we, like, how much is left? After you take out the architectural services, permit, things like that. So what we're saying is,
That's just not
right
permitted.
now, we have 113,000
I said, that's just not permitted.
for like change orders and
Yeah,
stuff like
under the
that.
Budget.
And what Eric is saying, at least if I understand correctly, is if we add these two together, then what we would be financially covering potentially would be about 18,000 plus
Change orders.
change orders.
so right now, we don't know if ESD or whoever it is gonna provide for the second bid, huh?
Well, their recommendation was to go with Weather Guard based on just the base bid and then because they had the lowest base bid. They would see if they could secure additional funding that would cover both the base bid and the option and allow for contingencies out of grant. But if they don't, and we only do the base bid, then we would not be doing the optional part of the work.
So this, second bid. If we don't get the funds for the second bid. How bad is it, you know?
Well, we're gonna be able to do the urgent roof repair. And the current funding of the grant would cover the urgent repair and change orders. And potentially there would be some money left on the table from the grant.
Okay, well, this needs to be done. soon.
So this is the information that Kelly is providing for us. So we don't have the contract yet. CSG, I'm pretty sure has it all ready to go, but the attorney has to approve it and then the contractor has to sign it and then it will come to the board to sign. The board needs to decide, I think Kelly's, I don't know, but are you going to ask us to delegate our authority and our responsibility to sign that contract to Kelly? Or are we gonna get together for a 15-minute meeting to sign a contract?
I thought we already decided that we was
We
gonna
did.
allow her to do that.
No, that was the forest,
Oh,
Little Forest one, I think.
So the ask,
No, we decided we would retain the authority to sign, and it's a significant responsibility, but we can make sure Kelly's well aware of all the support she needs to get in writing before signing. a
when they bid on these and stuff, do they tell you how long they think it would take to do it and stuff?
That is all in there, yes, but we just don't have that information.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we have to make the decision based on the dollar amount.
Correct.
That's, unless we had written something else into our bid that were other
so they
requirements.
have, they have 2 business days to, like contest what the lowest bid was.
Mhm.
And so the ask from CSG was to have me sign a letter that was an intent to award. Not that we were awarding, not that we were doing anything,
Mhm.
so that we could start the process moving forward.
Can you
But I do want to correct you. The law specifically says the most responsive bidder, not the lowest bidder. The most responsive
Is that what it is?
bidder, yeah, the most responsive bidder. So
Okay.
if the lowest bidder wasn't the most responsive, you go to the next lowest, next to the lowest, and then you work your way from the lowest up. So you
have a
don't
question.
just pick the lowest bidder, you have to pick the bidder most responsive, yeah.
You would start with the
Which-
lowest and make sure that they have
And
everything.
then you work your way up
Right.
if they don't meet all the,
Requirements, if
Yeah,
there's some other factor.
they don't respond to certain things or something else.
Olympia roofery was pretty expensive.
Yeah.
He was in the room while we were opening all of them. It was,
What, wow.
Are we getting a new roof? You said repairs,
there's overlay and repair.
so it's not a new roof.
They're like,
They're replacing the decking and then they put a new membrane on.
It's like a
like,
new roof.
so, I mean, to what level, like how far down would you consider it to be a new roof? Like, they're digging down to the plywood.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm replacing plywood that may need to be replaced.
so you're calling it a repair, though. I would say just the section is being repaired, but the whole thing.
We had a real emergency situation that needed to be repaired on our roof. And the best way to do that, to maintain the integrity of the structure, is to do the entire roof, and we were able to get grant funds to do the entire
So
roof.
it's not a full, they're not tearing off the entire roof and putting, they're going to be.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, they will be repairing and replacing
okay,
as needed.
good, okay.
There's rotten plywood or something that will replace.
If they find something rotten underneath, that's why we've got the contingencies in
Right.
there, because they may find, I don't know, one of those boards that keep the air flowing and all kinds of stuff up there.
Who knows what they're gonna find?
If they find anything rotten
Mm.
below what they take off, we'll have to get that fixed.
I'm curious what the second part is. What are they gonna do?
That I don't know
So-
for sure what the.
There was a picture apparently that we didn't see, and it had an A, B, C, and D, and the base bid was D, area D, and the other areas were A, B, and C.
It's all yes, it was all in
Packets.
the packets.
So what are we supposed to do now?
So now we will get a recommendation from the contract services group of ESD on the contractor to hire. And so it looks like they have provided a recommendation, but we have to have firm confirmation that they have met all the criteria. And that the contractor, when the contract's ready, the attorney will review it, make sure it is in the best interest of the district. And when it is, the first thing that happens is the contractor signs it, and then it comes to the district to sign.
Right. And so that 2-day bid protest timeline means that we potentially can provide a letter that says there's an intent to award. And then once the protest timeline is up, if no one protests, then we could move forward. We're not able to get a bond, insurance information, or an agreement signed until the 2 days are up. So
So
if
the
they
intent to
know,
award doesn't say what contractor, and so that's the key, you don't. Oh, it does
it
say what
does, so
contractor.
that they can start preparing for documentation.
It's interesting because that other award, is almost the same price, lower on the alternate, and significantly lower on the contingency of wood deck replacement. It would be a lower cost overall. But
What would,
Arc Metal Works. There's 6,000 more on the base bid. But not only are they lower on the,
Oh, yeah.
not only are they lower on the, alternate bid to do all of the rest of it, but their contingency unit prices are like 15 instead of 18 and 115 instead of 144 a sheet. And we're gonna have, what, so basically, if they have to replace roof decking, 2x6, we pay that $15. They have to replace a sheet of plywood, we pay the 115.
Okay, so why don't we go with them?
My understanding from Troy is that we go off the base bid. Which,
Was there?
No,
Well, we have to go by whatever the law is, so we need to verify that.
We do.
And I believe that. But also this intent to award doesn't provide any contingency. We have to. There's a lot of verification that has to happen, and we need that verification in writing.
right,
Because we're just getting so-and-so said such and such.
exactly, well. And we haven't applied for that yet because it's not been chosen,
We what?
so
verification.
So we're not, so the next steps after the 2-day waiting period is up would be to get bond and insurance information and then get a construction agreement signed by the contractor first. So the recommendation was to provide a letter of intent so that that could start to be put together.
So do you have a timeline estimated about how long it would be to get all that done? So we can start before.
The goal is to have them, CSG is working very hard to make sure that they start as soon as reasonably possible and responsible.
I think we should go with Arc Metal.
Well, we
The problem is we
can't make that decision without having a representative CSG here to assist us with that, because they're the professionals who do this, and so if we have that question, we need to verify that somehow, but I would I'll have to look into that, I'll have to look up the law on it, but I'm not comfortable having something in writing saying this is who we recommend and this is why we recommend them. And that they are in full compliance with the bid documents and meet all the bid requirements.
Oh,
And
okay,
they have
So
all the
they've checked-
mandatory under the law responsibilities met.
okay, so they haven't checked out Arc Metal, or they have and they don't qualify.
I think the problem is we need a transparent, understood scoring method,
Good,
right? And so if we had said, we're gonna put this much weight on your base bid, we'll put this much weight on your contingency prices and this much, we're gonna base our price off of contingency of this many square feet. Now we have a method to score that and say it's lower. It's hard for us to make that argument when we didn't put it out there in the RFP or we didn't have the transparency ahead of time. That's what I'm guessing is gonna be the case.
So the person that I'm relying on for my information is right, said that we would go off that, like, when this happened. His response was, when we go off the base bid, I will double check. And then the next communication from him was that an request to get this intent to award for that lowest base bid contractor.
And I guess the only question I would have, I mean, I guess I'm fine with that. The only question I would have is. The question I would ask is, if the board chose to move forward with the whole project, no matter what, can they go up the score of the whole project?
Can they what?
To cover the
Go off
difference, whatever the difference is.
Yeah, if the board chose to go up, if the board chose, and I would wanna know like, what's the real risk on the CDE areas? But if the board chose to do the whole thing, then it would make sense to me that we would use both parts of it.
Right.
And that would be the only question. The answer is we can't.
I can tell you, as far as what the risk of the contingencies is, the only sentence I have that kind of comes close to addressing that is there are some concerns that there is some roof damage over the gymnasium that may eat up some of the contingency funds.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's not very specific, but I think that
No.
is an area of caution that they're trying to have.
Well, I don't know what this document is and who produced it, but it gives the way things go, the authorization of bid and pre-construction preparation, the board and actions anticipated, approval of the recommended contractor, approval of the construction agreement. So that's the process that we should be following. We approved the grant, we approved the attorney, took care of that and that. We authorized the pre-construction. The board may authorize the superintendent to work with the ESG and Perkins Cole to finalize the project specifications. So we did that. General conditions, bid documents, the bid went out. Now, the board will.
Yeah, I'm guessing we have to.
So this is just showing us where we're at right now.
That's showing us what happened when we got the bids in. Those were all the responses we got. I'm guessing we have to give it to Weatherguard. I don't know that other question I just stated. I don't feel comfortable saying we should do all of it without having the actual assessment, you know, like, is something we have to do within 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What is the life of the rest of it? If it's 10 years, fine, you know, can't get this done now. We have 10 years to get other funding to finish the rest of it. So,
Yeah.
So this part on the gym, you said there's rotten wood under it.
yeah,
They gotta fix that, don't they?
yeah.
Yeah, and that's
First bid.
correct, and
And
that's where the contingency would get, because they don't know how much plywood they'll be replacing. So that's where the change orders and the contingency starts to come into factor.
That's where we have to pay the 144. And the 18 per sheet of plywood and the $18 per 8-foot 2x6.
$144 for a sheet of plywood.
For every sheet they have to replace, that's covering labor and materials.
Oh, 18 sheets.
No. If they have to replace 10 sheets of plywood, we're gonna pay $1,440 for them to rip out the old plywood, get rid of it, and put new plywood in.
Okay, that's labor too. I thought you
Yeah,
were saying
Towards
just
the
for a sheet
no,
of plywood.
Yeah, 18.
Time and material.
If they have to replace a tongue and groove 2x6, you gotta get $18 for each of those.
Oh, okay, I can't read the
Yeah.
fine print there. Okay,
Per deck board, oh, no. Per board foot. $18 per board foot for honey group 2x6.
wow.
That's not cheap.
Okay, so what's the question?
I think the first question is, do we want to issue an intent to award a contract? We're not awarding it yet, but we're issuing an intent to award a contract to this particular company, the one that's recommended by CSG.
Weatherguard. Well,
Yes.
we gotta do something we're running out of time.
You guys are just talking about, things you wanted to verify.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that it's the base bid. And I would assume that the bid documents stated that.
At this point, if it had been something different, Troy left saying, I'm going to go verify that and followed up with a letter of intent. for weather guard.
And did he do this?
Yes, that is from Troy,
Okay, after he said he would check,
correct,
okay.
He
So he
verified
already
what?
double checked
Yeah.
that, right?
correct, and
Okay.
his. Yes, so. When, on Friday, when that question came up. He said he would check that. And then would proceed based on double checking if he was right, and if he was wrong, he would. That we would talk. So it's based on going off the base bid as he expected. And then provided the draft or the letter that is marked draft in your packet. Intent to award was the request of CSG that we sign so that they can, upon expiration of the 2-day waiting period, get the bond and insurance information and the contract.
So when would they anticipate having the contract ready for the board to sign? They're gonna do that other stuff you just mentioned first?
They can start that stuff as soon as the 2 days is up. I don't have an exact, like how quickly that will come back.
So your plan is to have this done before school starts, right?
That is the goal.
So.
What did it say in there about length of time to do the job? Did they respond to timeline? I'm pretty sure the bid asked for a timeline.
I know the forestry one did.
Yeah. I don't know.
Every
This was-
conversation that I've had is that we would be able to finish it before school started if we get.
I heard it wasn't gonna take hardly
It's not
any
gonna
time
take
at
that
all.
long. The timeframe that is coming in my head is like 3 to 4 weeks, but I'm not hesitant to,
And I thought I heard even shorter timeline.
yeah,
3 to 4
potentially
do.
weeks, that's a month.
potentially 2, yeah.
We only got
It's
about-
not, I mean, it's a big group, but they're fast.
we only got a month left, that's a little over.
Well, I think that we're requiring it to be done by the end of the year, so they're gonna bring in enough people to get it done. I mean, the end of before school starts. So they'll bring enough people to get it done.
That's $18 a board foot, that's $43 a square foot.
No, it's $18 a board.
No, $18 a board
Board
foot. BF.
Goes over the,
So
well, this says on the last page, it says $18 /
a
board.
board, it doesn't, oh, the foot is over there on the left. It should just
It
go.
wrapped, yeah.
It should just go
Okay.
BF
All right.
instead of board,
Okay.
shouldn't be written out, but yeah.
Per board foot.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. All right, so what do we need to do?
So we need to approve this document that Kelly has put before us. And then we need to be prepared to have a 20-minute meeting or a 15-minute meeting Thursday night, Friday night, or next Monday or Tuesday right away, within the
Okay.
next 7 days probably. I'm assuming that CSG has a contract pretty much put together. They just have to fill in all the blanks.
They've worked.
I mean,
with-
they do this all the time.
And they've worked with this company.
And so the attorney knows the contract because he's the attorney that they have used in the past. That's why we approved a specialized attorney who was experienced in the field, so.
Yeah, and the weather guard has worked with CSG on multiple projects.
Okay. And in preparation for signing the contract, it'd be nice to have something for CFG that they actually sign that says that they have verified that all the mandatory they're in full compliance with the bid requirements and all mandatory under the law bidder responsibility criteria has been met, as well as supplemental criteria.
Yeah, a lot of times, like, basically. When you get an intent to award, that means you're gonna get the contract as long as you don't mess it up or not meet some criteria. So you start providing all the documents once you get that.
So would somebody like to make a motion to approve the intent to award document provided to the board for our consideration? And approval?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to approve the issuance of an intent toward the Millie School roofing repair project. Is there any further discussion or conversation? All in favor, say aye.
I,
Okay, so
We'll get that to them first thing in the morning.
if you have a specific evening, whether it's at 6 o'clock or 6:30 or 7, that you are not available, let Kelly or I know so we can call a quick special meeting to sign the contract. I'm sure CSP will be getting it out as soon as possible. Okay.
You don't want us to let you know.
Okay, before we all fall asleep here, let's
So the last one on there
do the
is
little forest.
for the little forest. So, Pacific Coast Forestry Services put out, for bids. They contacted 6 logging contractors, only 1 submitted a bid. The other 5 declined primarily because of the short time frame. They want, because, right? The responding contractor is, out of Hood River, and it's a firm that, Pacific Coast Forestry has worked with before. He did note that the logging rate for this job is a little bit larger than typical, but it is because the project is small in scope, so there's an economy of scale. It's a selective thinning project. So the mobilization costs are fixed, but the amount of timber they're taking is less. There's also some other things like the waterway, some other conditions that are affecting the cost. So there on the second page in the middle, it says estimate financial impact, and I want to really, really stress the word estimate. I asked Ryan with Pacific Coast Forestry to give me a rough estimate so that I could present you with some information tonight. So the estimate would be that the logger share would be 40 to 45%. The forestry consultant fee is under district contract at 10%, which would leave a district share of 45 to 50%, which would be a net of somewhere between $30,000 and $45,000. Again, this project is not about generating revenue, it's about safety, but because of the harvesting of the timber, those are a rough estimate of the numbers. So I guess at this point, we can, if we're wanting to have more than 1 bid, we could consider the timing of it to see if not requiring it to be done before school started, had more people, more companies bid. Or we can move forward with the Hood River firm that Pacific Coast Forestry has worked with before and says it's quite reputable. And so my ask tonight is that if the board wants to move forward, that they provide some authorization for me to work with Ryan as far as getting a contract finalized, and then there may be some purchase orders that are going to need to be signed. And whatever the board's comfort level is on that, so that we can continue to have the project moving forward.
So have we received our FPA? Our forest practices permit?
The permit, yeah.
I would really like to see that permit.
I have a question. Did we contact Matt Myers?
I don't know for sure who we all contacted.
Matt Myers doesn't really do harvest per se. But I don't know where they're going to advertise the bid. The bids haven't been advertised yet. Have they? For the harvest?
Yes,
for contractors to do the harvest?
Yes.
so Pacific Coast Forestry has done all of the things, and we're at the point where we have one and only one bid.
Where did he advertise that? I don't think he advertised in our newspaper of record.
I'm not sure.
He contacted 6 logging
Yeah,
contractors.
and this is quite paraphrased, it's just for the boards, for a board handout. But yes, he reached out to, logging contractors.
So it's gonna cost between 30 to 45,000.
No, that would be what we would.
That would be our
get.
net,
We
our
would
net
get that
receipts.
money.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a
So
super.
we're not, there won't be any output on our part, so we're paying for the service by allowing them to take some of the proceeds.
Yeah.
Which makes it a little bit different than a lot of the traditional things that we would, services that we would purchase.
What do you think, Anita? Why do you want to see that?
I have a couple of things. One, I think we need to do a public outreach effort. I really hate to see us logging without the community being aware of it. No, and I think a brochure like this is awesome.
It has been,
I
I
think
thought on
this
the
is
web,
I think this is a really good brochure. I think we could, but people aren't reading our website in the summer to find out all little details.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I think before the log trucks show up and stuff, we need to make sure we have a public outreach. And then, the forest practice permit is really important, and I think we need to be knowledgeable of what it says. Because that's the kind of questions we'll be getting from the public.
The forest practices, what?
Permit,
Permit. Oh, okay.
yeah.
That's why you want to see the permit.
Pardon?
That's why you want to see the permit.
Right, I think it's very important that the board members, be knowledgeable of what that permit says. We're not modifying anything, we're not managing anything, but we need to be knowledgeable of what that permit says. And then we're all curious of whether or not he contacted our local loggers. He is local himself, but how many of our local loggers, and he didn't advertise, he contacted them, but that's an aside, so that's what I think, and that's what I think.
Okay.
so are we on a time frame on this?
There are several things that impact when you can do the harvest. One is the DNR, harvest activity restrictions, which, will just get worse. And so I would be surprised if we can get it done. We won't get it done before the end of the school year, because you're right in the middle of fire season, and they may totally eliminate any chainsaw use or anything else.
Mhm.
So we don't know for sure, but it could happen after school starts. It's not gonna impact the school. The
So
only
the-
impact's gonna be on the Jessup Road a little bit with trucks coming and going.
So the-
Equipment.
the goal was to have the project done before students return, and that impacted.
The response.
So
So she was saying that
that ain't gonna.
because we gave it the accelerated timeline, only one of the 6 were interested in doing it because they couldn't meet that timeline.
Right. Well, they still don't know what the DNR restrictions are gonna be. They may not be able to log at all. If we're into a fire season situation.
You
I
just
mean,
have
right
to
now,
keep
we're
the
at the
kids over
second highest
here.
fire level, period.
We'd have to just keep the kids over here and don't let them go over there.
So do we put out another
Well, no, they're trying.
request saying it doesn't have to be done by the time schools?
Well, I mean, we can request it be done and ask to be done, but there'll be things that are out of our control and out of the harvester's control, is what I'm saying. We
Okay,
won't have any, for it, and the harvester won't. They'll have to comply to the DNR.
I understand
Fire
that, but
regulations.
do we put out another bid request. Because. And not have it be,
Can I ask what we would be hoping to achieve if we did go back out for another bid, just so that I can understand why we might do, like, what would be the goal?
it's good to get more than one
We,
bid,
as far as like, for a cost perspective or for,
everything. Don't you think?
I mean, I guess it depends on what the board's priorities are. I understood them to be that one of the priorities would be to have it done before students returned. In addition to safe and responsible. So that was one of the parameters. I know both neighbors, are highly eager to get it, done sooner rather than later, especially the neighbors with the trees leaning over their property. But, if if the board's not comfortable with the one bid that we did get, I completely understand.
I am not thinking we need to go out for bid again. I'm thinking he just needs to let us know. We were just curious who we went to because we live next door to him. But I don't see a reason to go out for bid again.
Who we went to? What do you mean who we went to?
Well, because he didn't advertise, he just chose who he was gonna contact and contacted
Yeah, that
him.
doesn't seem right for a bid to choose. You know, you put it out for everybody.
And it's a public agency spending public taxpayer dollars, that concerns me, but I don't think we need to rebid it. But I would like to know who we contacted.
You're just asking for more transparency and not,
Yeah, I mean-
some of the underlying information.
Well, so. Whatever his name down the road here that is a logger, he's gonna ask me, well, nobody asked me to bid on it.
Right next door.
Jason.
The guy that lives in Irene
Clear
and Lance house.
bid again.
He,
Oh, Jason,
Jason.
but also the guy with the logging truck.
well, we have others, but I'm not familiar with who all's still doing it. I mean, we've got Pat Driver and all kinds of people that, Howard Ostrowski, and we have a
Roy
lot
Ostrowski.
of loggers here.
Roy Ostrowski, but he's not.
Roy Ostrowski, but anyway, that's just something that we all naturally think of because the public is gonna have questions when those trees start falling
Okay.
and it's being done by somebody out of Chehalis.
There's a log truck right at the corner on. I mean, if you keep.
I don't know who
Right,
he drives
right
for.
around here.
Cox. Yes.
I don't know
He
who
just
he drives
drives.
for.
You just drive.
Okay. He's a.
He had a double trailer. He was pulling trailer on his lawn
Yeah.
truck the other day. Yeah.
Well, he's got it every day.
So I think we wanna make sure that we're not, getting into the micromanaging, but on the other hand, who are we responsible to? The people that live right here paying the taxes, so we should at least be knowledgeable. So we can answer realistically and say, we did a good job, we got 6 bids. 3 of those were from local loggers and we awarded to the lowest bidder.
But we didn't.
We don't know. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't.
Says only one responded.
Well, we would have.
Only 1, 5 declined
Maybe we're awarding to the highest.
because of the
bidder.
required time.
It's both. So,
The highest net revenue for us bidder.
Pardon?
yeah. Just a point of clarification, Pacific Coast Forestry is local. They're out of Stevenson. Ryan has a connection to the school. So he's local and he's worked with local firms. The firm that bid is out of Hood River. So they're, fairly local as well.
So. I don't want to keep dragging this out, but. On that bid, are they gonna? Chip the brush or burn it or,
The slash.
yeah,
The intent is to not have a slash pile. If there is, then that is part of what would have to still be worked out in the contract with the logger.
So they'd have to carry all the stuff away.
potentially. Yeah. But the intent was that we wouldn't because we're just not clearing out a lot of the under.
Big area
Yeah.
to burn, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I don't think there's a rush with this. I think we could take out the two trees. I saw the tree over at Rebecca and Scott's. It's a tiny tree. Easy to take out. I don't know where the other one is, but
Yeah, the
It's
two
not a-
hazard trees could be addressed without doing a harvest on the entire parcel. But we wanted to do a good job and we can take advantage of it, but I'm not sure how much advantage we're taking of it because kids can learn from a harvest. A harvest is part of everyday life. Their houses are made out of wood, so I think our students can learn from a harvest.
true.
And so I don't object to the harvest at all. I just think that the board needs to be a
So
little more
you-
knowledgeable and I definitely wanna see that, I think the board definitely needs to know what DNR said. What did DNR say?
So what are you suggesting we do?
The request tonight is to, where's the request tonight specifically?
So Ryan has asked that we are prepared to move forward, once we're prepared to move forward, that, we have signing authority figured out for contracts and related, purchase orders.
But Anita is concerned about the,
I would vote no until I have further information, and further information includes, I would like to see the forest practices permit. I think the board needs to be knowledgeable of the requirements DNR has made on this harvest, number one.
Well, do we have a forest practices permit? Cause this says if permits are approved as expected, we expect things to can start at the end of July.
We literally printed this and then I got an email that the
Permit came in,
through.
got it.
Yeah,
so are you suggesting we hold off on doing anything until?
Well, he can't write a contract till he sees what the forest practice permit says.
I'm just
Okay.
trying to get, what do you wanna do to move forward or?
Well, what do
Wait.
you wanna do?
I wanna
I already
take out-
said what, how
I
I
wanna
feel.
take out the two trees and move forward with wisdom for the rest of it. Might be next year that we do it. Next spring.
So if we take those two trees out, the whole entire cost will be on the district because you aren't gonna get any money for those two trees. One is a deciduous tree. It's a maple or something that is leaning on the fence and laying over the property. The other is an evergreen tree that is leaning but is not damaging anything at this point, but could come down.
Right.
And they're concerned it come down because that is tall enough to reach one of their sheds. That's my understanding. So, and we've known about this tree for 6 to 9 months, 6 months. About these trees,
December, yep.
but would totally be on the district to hire someone to come in and take those trees down without damaging the neighbor's property and get the debris cleaned up. So there's that, and if we could do it at the same time, we do a reasonable harvest, basically a thinning, then, that's to our advantage and the adjacent landowner is fine with that.
And as a public entity, we have to go through all this process and we can't do a lot of things ourselves. And we spent a lot of money already, like, getting to this point.
Oh, really?
And effort. Well, yeah, we approved, like, we already hired Jason and we had him go through all of the legal requirements to get us to this point.
Oh, okay.
That's what his business does, like, right, this is his area of expertise. And so he works with these logging contractors as part of his business.
And that's not, I'm not disputing. Like, hey, let's get some more information. I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm just like,
Yeah, I don't,
it doesn't make sense to me to like oh, let's start over, or let's push it off into the spring, or do something like that front. I don't
think there's need to do that if we all agree we go, I mean, if we're suddenly changing our mind and don't want to do a harvest, that's definitely something we need to talk about, but that's not I don't view that we need to start over again at all. But I do think we need to be responsible and smart about it. And I'd like this brochure, if we can get this out to the public, that's great. But forest practices permit is a very key piece of information. And I wouldn't approve signing a contract without seeing that first. So if there's other steps that can happen before we sign a contract, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But I would not approve signing a harvest contract until,
So if we selective log it right now. What's your plans? This district's plan on the rest of the trees in another 10 years, do it again?
well, that's something, a question you can certainly ask your forester, what his recommendation is. I can't answer that because I don't know how old the trees are. But if you do the harvest now, that will allow those trees to grow larger
Yeah.
in width as well as height. And that gives you a
So the trees are
value,
pretty small.
bigger value, larger value down the road. So the district has an investment there and they're managing that investment and taking care of those trees. So those trees will become more valuable as time goes by. If we do this harvest. And you said selective, I said then kind of the same thing, but that investment that the district has will just increase. This harvest is a benefit to that investment.
I was just wondering if it would be smarter to just take them all.
No.
I know people would get upset because
It is a vital part of our educational setting. And the goal
It's
is,
an
the goal
ecological
is to make sure
classroom.
that educational benefits are preserved in a way that allows it to be safe for students, staff, and the surrounding community. We just want to be able to let students back in where it's safe. And right now, it's not, and the trees are gonna not be as healthy as they could be unless we just do a little bit of management.
And this is really good. This explains those very things to the public. This is well put together, well written from what I can see right now. It explains all the benefits of the project.
well, how about this?
Pardon?
Can we get the permit for Anita? We're gonna get together in a couple days.
We are gonna get together sometime, so we can make sure that we could have the authority to move ahead on both contracts if we
We can
want
just get
to.
the missing information and like settles.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanna pose a question. If 5 out of 6 decline because of the time frame, the later start date may impact the one bid that we do have.
I guess that's a good question, Kelly, because you may have award a contract based on that, and then because of fire hazards and DNR rules, you can't meet that, and somebody else is gonna say, well, if you weren't gonna do your project until September, I would have bid. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm not a forestry expert. I'm really leaning into the people who do this for a living and the companies that we've chosen to work with. I think Pacific Coast Forestry Services, it's a local reputable company. I genuinely believe that Ryan's walking us through the process quite well. I also think we've been pretty clear with what our expectations are and continue to reiterate that it's within permit and legal and all of those other things, so.
Okay, but Nita's got a good point. We might not be able to log.
Correct.
I would assume the contract would.
so
We didn't not let them bid, they chose not to bid, like, so I guess I
Exactly.
see it a little bit differently that I didn't inherently feel like it would be a risk if something delayed the project and then the people who chose not to bid I didn't see that as a risk. I see your point, but
don't know
like,
if
right,
it is
because
or
it was
not
their
either.
decision. And it was within the parameters that we asked to be set so that we wouldn't have to worry about a safety concern of kids on the playground while that activity was going on. And not, I think that would create an additional layer that I would like to avoid.
Yeah,
I would really like to not have that happening if at all possible, but we can't control
I think
what we
that
can't control.
if it should happen, this is just an aside, but if we should happen to push it off or need to push it off because of whatever, fire danger's the only one I can think of that will have that happen. We could put up a temporary fence very easily to keep students.
We have, yeah, we have
Yeah.
ways to do it. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think it's insurmountable, but I would really prefer not to. I think that would be a more difficult conversation with parents than.
Putting up a temporary fence. Yeah,
I think it would-
because, and I also suspect, and we have not gotten an answer, but it was one of the questions from the board that Kelly took to the gentleman at Pacific Grove Foresters is, where are they going to load the trucks at? Where is the
Yeah, how are they
landing at?
coming
How are
out?
they, where? And I would anticipate that's on the Jessup Road, not on school property, but we've
Well-
never been told that.
Because this is all gonna come in once we have a logger selected. We don't have those answers yet because the person who's going to make that proposal hasn't been told to be that part of the project.
Well, that is something that we could specify. He could specify that.
Right.
Where
So-
that's done at. He doesn't have to have the harvester tell us. That could be a requirement we
Like-
make, but anyway, I think that if it gets pushed off and we wanna do it after school started, we can. But that would be a decision that would have to be made later, I guess. I mean,
So,
I don't see, but we have no way of knowing. It's out of our control when the harvest happens.
so like Eric was saying, to get the permits, let you read them. And then make us a decision then.
Yeah.
It's a 2 or 3 day
For
delay.
example, right now, you cannot conduct a harvest, you have to stop all work by 1 o'clock. And I haven't checked in the last 2 weeks, that was what it was 2 weeks ago.
So I suggest we do what Eric said.
What'd Derek say?
You hear me? I just told you.
I know you did, I was
Thinking.
talking at the same time, I apologize, Bill.
Wait and get the permits and read them in a couple days and
Get
make a
together.
decision then. Otherwise, we'll just be talking all night about it and not really doing it.
And
Jessica's nodding her head.
are we comfortable having a contract drawn up so that it's ready
Sure,
with the company that has bid?
I am.
I am.
So would it be safe to assume then that I could reply back to Pacific Coast Forestry that the board is comfortable moving forward with the bid from the company out of Hood River? And that, once we've reviewed the permit and the contract, that then we would be ready to sign the contract, but we're gonna need to obviously have time to review those two things. And then potentially at that time, we could decide, if the board is comfortable signing the contract, then once that's done, possibly decide who is gonna have signing authority for, purchase orders from mills, or if we're gonna wanna get back together to have those signed, by full board approval.
I'm comfortable with that.
so I would like to suggest that we ask him to understand that the board lives next door to harvesters, etc. And that we would really appreciate knowing who he contacted. Just so that when we're asked, we can say, yes, they were contacted and they were not able to be responsive to the bid requirements.
So Wolfie says, no, I didn't contact them.
we'll never hire him again if that's what we find out. So if we have a contract with a harvester, what type of things are you anticipating would be by purchase order? If we have a contract with someone to do a harvest,
Its exact work sentence is. I will need to get a school district / logger contract signed soon, as well as 2 to 4 purchase orders from mills.
Oh, the mills are gonna get. the
Yes, they're
purchase order
purchasing
For the, for
the
the.
lumber.
Got it.
Wonder what the average sizes of them trees are they just old?
It's creepy. It was a fly.
so Kelly, would you state what you would like a motion to say, please?
That we are comfortable having a contract drawn up with the recommended firm, the one bid that Pacific Coast Forestry Services received. And that we will review the contract as a whole before signing it, and at that time, we'll decide whether or not to delegate signing authority for any purchase orders.
Let's make sure Jessica gets all that.
It's recorded. I'll go back if I need to.
Okay.
Do you think that's clear enough?
Okay, is that a motion someone is comfortable making?
I am.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, I guess. That, I don't even see why we need a motion, or just instruct Kelly to get the paperwork together, and if everything, and present us with the information, and we'll move and do it.
Well, I think you've got a good point. We don't have to approve him to write a draft contract. What he needs is to write a draft contract with this bidder. We need to accept this
Yeah,
bidder.
and we wanna see the
And we have
contract, and we wanna see the contract, and we wanna see the permits, and then move forward. Just, that has a little more information. Yeah, I'm
And
comfortable with that.
we can't make a decision on a bidder. We just went through the whole process on this one. We don't have anything except a company in Hood River that can meet the harvest deadline.
I mean,
harvest timeline.
if we're all okay with like that, I think we just tell Kelly to do it. We don't need any like formal decision and.
No,
in our
because
meeting.
it's not, there's no real, this is all still part of the process. But he is requesting to put together a draft contract with this specific bidder. And so what we're doing is accepting this specific bid, even though we have absolutely nothing.
We're
accept.
We're not doing a formal intent to award, but we intend to award this bidder, assuming everything else is. Is,
Go through,
yeah,
meets the needs of the district. Okay, so would you like to withdraw your motion? Who made that, Bill?
You want me to withdraw it?
yeah, we're just gonna have Kelly tell him to do it. We're just gonna have Kelly tell him to put the stuff together. We don't need a motion to do that. We'll have a motion to approve it when we have something to approve.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. And we will have Kelly move forward, and we may have 2 projects on our next special meeting, which maybe if we're lucky, will be in the next 7 days. 7 to 10 days. That shouldn't take long.
Oh, we're expecting to take that long? Okay.
I don't know. It could, I don't think it's gonna happen in 2 or 3 days, which is why I originally was thinking it would be
It's
just
not.
a couple of days.
I'm anticipating a very quick turnaround for everything.
I imagine they're gonna want, I would
Okay, let
imagine
us
on a
know.
roof project, they're gonna wanna get it done by the end of the week if they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't have it by Wednesday.
then, then figure a time to get together as soon as we can,
Mhm,
Yeah,
right?
whatever you want
It
us
can be
to.
quick. I
The-
mean, as much as I like you guys, I don't, we got a lot more time tonight, so we can get quick together.
That's why I made the motion, I was just trying to get it done.
Tell me what time it is, Eric.
So-
It is ten.
Jessica,
10:10. Oh my
when
goodness.
we do
into
need to
executive
do-
session, will I
so
be
we have-
able to project, or do I need to?
You should be able to, like, cause I just paused the recording, right?
Yeah.
I know, it's fine.
And
You were
then we
supposed to-
can restart the
We're done by the
recording.
time
and
that's
Okay.
started.
I can go.
we can go.
What's gonna happen is I'm gonna do this, it's gonna fly off.
It's not, I don't think it will be very long, but we can.
I mean, I can
start,
Stay,
And
it's
then
not a problem.
You'll
but-
put it on,
give us 10 minutes if we're not
you'll
done.
post the video,
Just text me,
Okay,
put it in the minutes, that Eric hit Anita with a fly swatter.
I would.
but we should be, there's no public left, so we should be. pretty much there.
Public comment is on and past that. So we are on to old business, new business. We're gonna pass that. Document signing. We'll send those around while we're doing our executive session.
Yay.
That is this one.
Alright, are we in executive session?
Yeah. Okay.
The board is adjourning its executive session at 10:41 PM, going back into regular session. So the chair looks for a consensus on adjournment. Unless somebody has anything else they need to bring up for the good of the order. All right, we're adjourned at 10:42. Almost got your fingers there.
Almost 11 o'clock, you guys.
It used to.
It's gonna be my
used to it.
second night in a row seeing midnight.
So Kelly,